Okay. Allemaal net unload. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to our first ever stream here on Nat Zero. We will be playing the Gasconade, our very new D&D campaign, and I bid you all welcome. My name is Keegan Duplessis. I'll be your dungeon master for the day. This handsome fellow to the right of me is Hugo Esterreize. Next to that is Aiden Cade. Then we have Etienne van Gron, Stefan Schoenveld. To the bottom, paladin looking guy, Zach Mulwan. Right next to him is Luca Barnardo. Then we have Chiara Standard. And finally, AJ Lombard. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Nat Zero. This is the Brass Gasconade. And we'll see you in a bit. I invite you all to a match. I just noticed something off here. We'll switch to the other screen. Welcome to the world of Aevum. A land that has been ravaged by countless disasters, magical or otherwise, and the people of this world have always been struggling against said disasters. The world has been in chaos for many years, but recently people have grown resilient and a large threat has been removed from the world. Though unknown to many, people carry on, and they have now moved into a more sociable and economic world, so to speak. Large cities have sprung up through the land and order permeates through Aevum. Well, at least more so than in the past. But our story today takes us to the continent of Zogius, specifically in the country of Cesteria, where we find the city of Zichester. Camera moves through the clouds, zooming in at an incredible pace. We go over the lands, lush forests and green fields. Going past them, we see a city to the left. As it zooms in further, city to the right. And then it quickly zooms in to what you see is a colossal metropolis that is Zichester. As the camera zooms in and in, find a particular scene. A few birds chirp peacefully as they nestle into a nest built atop a branch. The mother pecks curiously at a worm before snatching it up and bringing it to the nest. The chicks peep expectantly as they reach toward it. A raven squawks. A puff of smoke whiffs by the nest. The sounds of a heavy mechanism echoes as 4 large mechanical legs now walk by this tree, almost towering above it. Its arcane engines whir as smoke extrudes from its exhaust pipes. Many people walk within the streets, some dressed in regal suits, ties, and hats, going by the daily bustle of city life within the largest city in the entirety of Aevum. Within the city of Zichester, moments of stillness are few and far between. The city of brass is a giant machine with many cogs that turn and tick within its enormous mechanical chassis. Everyone chases one thing: progress, and the city's gleaming streets and regal buildings prove this. All of the cogs must be in optimal condition, lest they be discarded and forgotten. Our story begins in the early hours of this morning, on the day in the year 3143 AC, after Cadence. There is a dusty smell in the air of this abandoned apartment building that most of you have now become acquainted with. Over the last few weeks, these empty hallways and small rooms have become much more lively as you, the agents, have filled them up. Seeking different things, you have come together at the behest of Vox Archon and your eccentric director, a one Mr. Fulan Rainweaver, to fight for his cause in one way or another. Perhaps you have taken inspiration from the agency's mission, or you have come here at your own accord, but nonetheless you have committed yourself to the Havoc Department. Heinous, villainous, and criminal acts beware, as the newfound HVC department is now officially formed. You have been notified that later today, round about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Fulan will brief you on your first assignment. But until then, the day is yours. And what would you like to do? I think what we are going to do is, how about, let's have everyone roll initiative real quick. Okay, so let's get Sergei, what is your initiative? Okay. Silas? 10. Grent? 18. Alexander? Okay. Solan? 12. Okay. Vox?
A scrumptious, meaty, girthy 22.
Okay. Alora?
That would be a 19.
19. Shiloh?
That is
18. Okay, so... okay. Vox, you got 22. In the early hours of this morning, what are you doing at this moment?
What time is it, more or less?
I would say, let's call it 8 going on 9 for right now.
Okay. I would say, even though the sun's rays are still slowly rising above the horizon of Zichester, Vox has been awake for at least 2 or 3 hours by now. But he hasn't left his room yet. He's just kind of sitting in there. I think to those outside, you probably have no idea what's going on, but currently he's just minding his own business, meditating.
Just hold on for a moment. I believe we might have an issue. Let's just... say something, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I think it has been fixed. Vox, if you would please,
Konnichiwa.
just rephrase that.
Okay. So, as I previously stated, the sun rays are just coming up, but Fox has been at it for at least 2 to 3 hours now. And he hasn't left his room yet, strangely enough. So, to all those outside, they think he's still sleeping. But what he's actually doing is he's just kind of sitting on his bed with his legs crossed properly. I think the camera just catches him as he slides his mask under his hood onto his face. It almost kind of makes this mechanical clicking sound, like steam decompressing. And he just kind of takes in a deep muffled breath, and he just kind of sits cross-legged on his bed, just seemingly meditating, not doing anything of importance at the moment.
Okay. After that, as you spend time there, you hear a knock on the door this early in the morning. Fox, sorry to disturb you. I might have a word.
I think just before Fulon finishes that sentence, the door just flies wide open, and this tall, brooding stature of Vox just stands at the
Hello.
ready.
I'm never going to get used to that. Hello, first of all. Yeah. We are going to have a meeting at 5 o'clock, as I have said previously. Just make sure that everyone is here, round up the troops. I think it's time to not make our move, but at least set things into motion, if you know what I mean. If you could do that for me, please.
Vox subtly nods his head
He nods to you.
and proceeds out of the room.
Cool. Flon nods at you and heads back to his office. Who got the 19 for initiative?
Me.
Okay. Laura, in these early morning hours, what are you doing?
Well, Alora has been up most of the night tinkering and working on her potions, so Vox and anyone who's next to her in the next room, you would have heard loud sounds every now and then, just banging or subtle explosions just happening in the room next to you. But in this early morning, she's gonna sneak out. She's gonna go out of her room in search for something to eat because she's starving.
Okay.
May I inquire as to how late in the morning you did this?
Alora?
Oh, I think he's asking you.
I mean, you could... we'd say 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. It's your choice.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, I thought it was very early, 2 or 3 in the morning. But okay.
It depends. Vox, if you would have gotten up at that time, you could say that you have. Laura, how late do you think you would have stopped with your work and went to go in search for something to eat?
Well, I would say Laura it's 7, I would say, when she went out of her room to find something to eat.
Okay, so you sort of creak out of the doorway. The old and musty floorboards creak as you walk, almost not as loud as an explosion, but they're still pretty noticeable. And you now stand in the hallway of the HVC. Where are you going?
Well, in the kitchen.
Okay.
That's the first place I assumed she would go to look for food.
You quickly run up the stairs of this building. You head to where you know the kitchen is, and I think let's have a first roll of the game. Make an investigation check for me.
Oh, okay, an 18.
So, food hasn't been super plentiful in this kitchen. It's not like you have some express card that you can just get food with, but you do go through it, and there do seem to be some supplies. Most of them are canned fruits, vegetables, and meats and things like that. It's nothing like a fresh chicken in the fridge type of situation.
Gosh darn it. Oh, I wish I could have... Why do we always have to have... I'm so tired of this food. And then she just starts, like, taking everything, like, too much food. Like, so much food you wouldn't even think that much food could actually fit in this tiny 5'8" body. She literally takes it, and then she plonks it on the table, and, like, cabbages start rolling off the table, and she sits down and she just, like, starts eating.
Just like opening the cans and just shoveling it in your mouth type of situation.
Yeah.
Okay. As you're doing that, we've got one of my 18s for initiative.
Grant, you can go first, my friend.
Alright.
Grent. Grent, you are one of the newest members here. I would say, in fact, this is maybe even your first night staying over in this place. It's early morning or whenever you'd like to get up. What are you doing at the moment? What's going through your head?
I'd say, with the previous day's exploits considered, Grant is probably fast asleep.
Okay.
But I will say that before falling asleep, he definitely moved the dresser to just bar open the door. I don't think he would have been quite comfortable with the closed door.
Okay. Awesome. So you're... I think... make a wisdom saving throw for me quickly.
Wisdom save. Okay. Nat 20?
Yeah, you stay sound asleep. This is probably the best you've ever slept in, what, 10 years? You're not sleeping on concrete. It's this thing that you're sleeping on barely passes as a bed. The mattress is thin, the wood is creaky. If maybe a heavier person slept on this bed, it would have broken. But you are you, and you enjoy the best sleep you've had in a very long time. Okay.
I'd say he is snoring loudly and defiantly, just passed out, drooling, completely gone.
Okay. There's a subtle... Between the explosions of Alora's machinations, you do hear the, like, constant snore of Grent just permeating through the hallways. Okay. Shiloh, what are you doing in the early morning?
Shiloh is sitting at the desk. I see that there is like a type of desk here. Or is that what is that? Oh no, that's not a desk.
It's like a dresser. Yeah, it's a dresser.
Okay, so there's no desk.
Yeah, just okay. For reference for all of you, these rooms are quite small, not very spacious. You have one storage item of sorts, be it a chest or a dresser or something. You have a bed. There's one light, electric lamp, and there's a little side table. Yeah, side table.
Yeah. So in that case, what I think Shiloh is doing is he's sitting on his bed at the head, almost on his pillow, and he's just kind of plugged in between the space between the bed and the bedside table. Mm-hmm. And on the bedside table, there are just remnants of like just these metallic pieces, screws and bolts, and just laying around, and like this. If someone were to come in, they would just see this small brass-colored monkey, metallic monkey, just laying dead. Almost looks like he's dead, just laying on the table. And what Shiloh is doing is he is just screwing some screws and tightening it, and just working on this mechanical machine. Sitting on a very, very neat bed. Almost looks like no one has slept on this bed in the last couple of days.
I'd imagine you spent straight 10 minutes on the bed, just taking off all the like little pieces of lint or something and trying to get all of the creases out of the bed. After you did that, sat down and began repairing your homunculus servant. I'd like you to let's do a technology check to see how well you repair it.
Okay, I'll do so. Just hold on. Okay. Technology check, you say?
Indeed.
My first technology check. Please be good. That is a natural 1.
First nat 20, first nat 1 of the game.
For a 6.
Yes, sir.
I am struggling.
I'm gonna say we'll say the power transmitters that go from the jade crystal to power the rest of the monkey, they were fully wrecked in the previous encounter that you had. So you might have to spend some gold in order to repair them later, and you don't currently have that material on you.
You all just hear, everyone can hear it because I'm yelling this very loud. You just hear, Schneitzer!
I just hear pink, and then it echoes through the hallways.
And I
Followed
think
by
just
And a mini explosion in the back.
And,
Maybe some people
with-
noticed you, but there's a lot of noise going on here in the night for some reason.
You would then hear a knock on his door after he's like yelled at and be Alora. He's like, Shiloh, is everything alright in there?
Shiloh just lets out a big sigh.
Do you need
Yes.
some help? Do you need some expertise?
No, Fräulein. I'm fine, thank you.
Well, if it's something to do with your monkey, I know I could always help you. I have gadgets.
Yes, I know. Thank you. I'm fine. Please.
Well, all right. There's food upstairs when you get hungry. But the chance that'll be left is not much, so I suggest you hurry up. She just
as you mention food, he just looks down at his stomach, and then he just looks up, and I think he just stays in his room. He has no reason to go out.
Okay. We got my 13 for initiative. Sergei, in the early hours of this morning, what are you doing?
Yeah, so I think Sergei would have woken up fairly early. He would have gotten his things ready, his maul on his back, and then he would have walked out and went to Alexander's room. Just open the door, he won't even knock, he'll just open it.
Okay.
And if Alexander is still sleeping, he'll try and see if he can find his axe somewhere, Alexander's axe, and then just throw it on his stomach to wake him up.
Okay, so you sort of creep into the door. Your massive footsteps make a lot of noise, but I think Alexander in this moment is fast asleep.
You entered the room and hear loud snoring noises.
Yeah.
As you go in, where would you put your axe, Alexander?
I think this is like a little, just next to my bed, like at that little dresser thing.
Just see this massive axe propped
Yes,
up in
like
the
right
corner.
there.
Well, no, it's not an axe. You would rather see just the cane that that he uses is propped up in the corner.
Yeah, I'll just pick up the cane and then like throw it so that it like lands on his stomach to try and wake him up.
Alexander, you're woken up very rudely by a pole that sticks into your gullet, just and you are awake.
Alexander would very instinctively just grab. He like this is the rule, like happens in seconds. So he just grabs whatever landed on him, see there's something in front of him, and just like lunge at it. And then just before actually anything happens, you see that it's Sergei.
Yeah. Sergei doesn't flinches at him lunging. He just looks at him with dead eyes and says, "Come, we've got money to make." And he starts walking out the door.
I would just say, like, Alexander is still in a bit of a haze and a rush, and he's just like, "You could have done it. You could have woken me up nicer."
Nicer methods would not wake you up. And we'll be waiting outside for you. And I just lean with my back against the wall outside and wait for him to get ready.
Yeah, Alexander would just get ready and then yeet out.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you two doing?
And we would like to go outside and see if we can find any, like, passed out drunk people, maybe in alleyways or something like that.
What a noble mission.
Yes.
So you walk down the steps of the HVC and come into the familiar discarded alleyway that this building is in. And yeah, make an investigation check for me, because there is an inn like very close to you, and literally the entrance to your building is in an alleyway. So let's see if someone has passed out drunk within this very alleyway. Investigation.
Would both of us make investigation?
Yeah, I think that's both.
Yeah, both or one can do it with advantage. It's your choice.
Fucking 3. I see an alley.
I have an 11.
An 11. Would say at this hour, with an 11, you literally see there was a drunk individual right at the end of this alleyway. But just as you're about to walk towards him, you see one of the Grand Garrison officers, the sort of police force of Zichester. They wear these very fancy, almost like admiral-esque, like tight clothing, with many like epaulets and buttons and things on each of them, with a hat on. Each of them carry a rapier and a gun. Two of them walk up to this individual and like sort of rouse him from his slumber, and they're like, "Hey, buddy, this is no place to sleep. Go home." And they pick him up and begin leading him away.
I think we'll like put up our cloaks up a bit or something, just to hide most of our features that make us stand out, and then I think we will continue out of this alleyway and go and search elsewhere for drunk and passed out people to see if we can find them.
Let's make
I think the correct word is customer, okay?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Customer.
Fair enough. Okay, make an investigation check for me again.
Okay. Please be better.
You can do with advantage.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make an investigation check.
Okay, this is going well.
That's 0, guys.
Okay, it's a 4 with advantage. Okay, it's
so I'm gonna say with that,
well.
it's 2 very terrible rolls. For the remainder of the morning, you search some of the alleyways in hopes of shaking down some unfortunate individual. But every time, it's either like you just see one and they move on with their day, or you do not find any. Unfortunately, on this day, and a few hours have gone by this time.
What a miserable place. If you were in the slums, we could have easily found a couple of people. Got them.
But I guess we got to head back for now. Doesn't seem to be any action happening today.
It seems like that to me too.
Okay.
That's sad. I wanted to kill a homeless guy. I mean, what?
Wait, what?
Okay. And
Yeah,
you head
we'll make
back,
our way back.
walking back to the HVC after investigating the city a bit. Who got my 12 for initiative?
That will be me.
Solan, as you lay in your bed, the sun rises over the horizon, and I feel like you almost naturally wake up when the sun rises, as your body begins to grow to its original size when the sun is out. and you feel more confident than you do at night.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So I would say Solan was awake before that, like a bit. For that time while he was just waiting for the sun to come out. I would say maybe he was just lying on in his bed. He was just like gazing at these, like in his hand, these two necklaces. And I would say, like, as he realizes his body starts going back to normal, he will like shake out of that just mindless staring. And with that, I would think seeing he's a bit more confident now, he'll get out of his room and he'll just head to the shower for now.
Okay.
So,
just getting ready.
Just I feel like now that he's a bit more calm, a few days had passed, I think he decided to clean himself up a bit.
Okay. After doing so, you continue with your day, and then we move to our last individual, Silas. What are you doing in these early hours?
So I think Silas would have woken up from all the noises that came through the whole building. And I think he would just sit in his room against his wall on his bed. And he's reading one of his books he has. And it's called The Fae Diaries.
Okay.
And he's reading that book so far. Waiting till it's a little later to come out because he's very shy. He doesn't want to come out yet. He doesn't know what to do, so he's just sitting in his room waiting for something to happen. Reading a book. Yeah.
Sort of like when you go to meet friends at a mall and they don't show up immediately, and you just go chill in the bathroom.
Exactly.
Cool.
Exactly. He's just sitting there, like looking at the door every so now and then. Just going back to
now
his
and then
book.
you see like a bunch of shadows like stretch out from beyond the bottom of the door, but you make no motion to do anything. Okay.
No, he's just looking, following the shadows.
Could be reading 50 Shades of Fae.
50 Shades of... Yes.
Oh my word.
I want to die. Thank you.
I think we can assist with that.
So, the day goes by. You know that 5 o'clock you have a meeting with A1 Fulan, Rainweaver, your director. Is there anything else any of you would like to accomplish through the day, or can we move on to that?
Other than brooding, no.
Well, is Alora gonna walk in? Well, is Laura gonna walk into Sergei and Silas?
I would say you walk down the stairs carrying like a mountain of food, maybe to your room to snack on while you do your experiments. And with that, you see quite a few hours after you've had your food and after you've woken up, you see the main doors of the HVC open, and you just see these two hulking silhouettes walk in with heavy footsteps. But then when the light clarifies, you indeed see it is Sergei and Alexander standing before you at the end
I
of the
haven't
hallway.
met yet.
Yep.
So technically what I see is two men with weapons on their back.
Yep. One is carrying a large maul and the other some staff of some sort.
She would drop all her food in her hands and just start screaming, "Oh, something wrong!"
Whoa, what's happening? And the door of Fulan's office springs open as the water genasi gentleman bursts out. What is happening? Alora! You look panicked!
You were just here.
These men, they're gonna rob us!
Alexander would just say yes jokingly, like, yes, this is a robbery.
Fulan like cocks a gun, points it towards you, and is like, "Okay, I don't know who you." Oh wait, and he sees you. I know who you are, Alora. Don't worry, they're just the other members. They came in a bit later than you. I don't believe you've met yet. But we'll meet everyone at the meeting 5 o'clock. Hope you can all get along.
Well, alright, I'll just start picking up my cabbages then that you made me drop.
as you turn around to pick up your can, Vox stands right behind you.
You got to stop!
Mr. Vox.
His gaze initially focused on you. He just kind of looks down at the plethora of cans laying on the ground, and he just inaudibly kneels down, and he just kind of rotates one of the cans, and on the can it says in a very shittily written font, Vox, on it, and he just zoinks the can into his cloak, and then he looks at you again and muffles a bit, and then he walks off.
Alora, have you...
Sergei sees Vox, he just walks into his room very annoyed. Or he looks a bit agitated, and then he just goes to his room.
Now?
Mr. Vox really doesn't like me, Fulan, does he?
He doesn't really like anyone, to be quite honest with you. But he'll grow on you. I promise he's actually a pretty good person once you get to know him. More or less. But you're trying to take my attention away from this. Have you been through my food stores?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I found this, you see in the dumpster by the alleyway outside?
Make a deception check.
Deception, yeah, I got it. Oh,
Deception.
Let's see. 30, 20. Okay. Apparently that was a good lie.
For some reason, he has massive insight, but he has +8 to insight. He rolled 11, +8 is 19. So he goes, right. Anyways, I'm glad that you got that from the dumpster. No, I'm not. You shouldn't be eating dumpster food. You deserve better than this. You're a lady of nobility, after all.
You have to keep that on the low down, Fulan, that these people are... They might not like
Do we hear
hearing
that? That she's nobility?
You haven't met, do you know that? I don't believe...
No, do we hear him say that?
Make
we hear Fulan's
a
say
perception check.
Okay. Fuck. Looks not 4. Okay.
No, both you do not. You do not hear this. Well, anyways, if you are going to raid the kitchen, just please. I'm working on I'm almost digging into my pension fund at the moment, type of situation. Okay, we're going to first have to make some money before we can just ravage the food stores every night, if you know what I mean. We're a bit low on the funds right now.
Alright, sorry about that, Fulan. I mean, I could always just go get some food at my own house.
Ooh, I'm not too sure you should be doing that. You didn't exactly leave on the greatest terms, if you know what I mean.
Who says they're gonna catch me?
Well, if I know your father, he can be quite dangerous, so I'd recommend against it.
And she just finished picking up everything, and her arms are completely full with all this food, and she looks at him and she's like, well, I guess we'll see. If the food doesn't get much better, I guess I'll have to, because this not very tasty. I mean, it did come from a dumpster, so that's probably why. I'm gonna go now, and then she's just gonna...
He just narrows his eyes as you walk by. And he enters the office, and with that, the day begins to go by, and eventually, you all gather within the office of Fulan Rainweaver. Just find something quickly. Where's my tense situation? Okay, whatever, we'll just go with this for now. You all enter Fulan's office, so you can place yourselves there if you'd like.
Cough, cough, where is the office? Oh, okay. Apparently I'm the only idiot that doesn't know.
It's a pretty small office, so you all begin sort of squeezing in. Grant, I think you feel a bit out of place as you try and make your way through to get sort of a view of Fulon. You just look up at these absolute giants and the sort of augments that they have on their person scares you a little bit being in this space.
Ox.
As I walk in and like squeeze past these absolute mountains of meat, I just take a noticeable step to the right and just completely stay out of their way.
You'll see Grant just sort of standing at the edge there, and you all now join.
He's like twiddling his thumbs nervously, looking down at the floor.
Sergei, look at that little runt rat. As he walks past.
He just stares down, like eyeing you up and down, very menacingly, trying to discern how you could be of use in a battle.
Hello? Gosh, weather, isn't it? Yeah, alright.
Yes. That's awesome. That's all Alexander would say.
Fulon sort of is sitting there busy working on some papers, throws a bunch of gears and things to the one side, and he goes, well then, sort of writes a bunch of papers and puts it down. Well then, now that we all are semi-acquainted with each other, the team is officially formed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have your first assignment for you. First of all, welcome to the HVC department. As you've all been briefed before, I don't really care why you are here. I only care that you help me in accomplishing my goals. For you see, this city is slowly dying from within. There is corruption running rampant, though it might not look like it from the outside. And we need a group of individuals that might go unnoticed or unaffiliated with anyone, but will do good for the city of Zchester before it falls to ruin or to the maniacal claws of those that seek to control it, be it from the shadows or from the nobility, whatever. Now, I'd like all of you to please introduce yourselves. Because some of you, I don't think, have spoken a word to each other. Vox hasn't spoken a word to anyone because he can't speak. But I think let's go from the right over here. My boy Shiloh, if you'd please introduce yourself. And Shiloh, I'd like you to first give a physical description, and then you can introduce Shiloh as himself.
Okay, so you all see this person just leaning against the wall almost in the corner, just with his arms folded. And what you see, of course, is the following. I'm gonna play stream. Okay. You see a little bit above average-sized human individual with white skin, and the first distinguishable feature that you might notice is that he has not a single hair on his face to speak of, completely bald, nothing. And another distinguishable feature, of course, on his face, he's wearing this giant welding goggles that hides his eyes and what you would assume to be eyebrows. He's wearing, just underneath, if you go down, just underneath his head, his neck is completely covered up by this dark green scarf, and he's wearing, over everything, he's wearing this like, I want to describe it as a poo green, olive green. Sorry, not poo green, olive green. Yes, he's wearing this olive green trench coat, leather trench coat, with like huge. The ends of his sleeves are like these big, pulled back kind of sleeves, and underneath the coat, he wears two things, or something that like completely contradicts everything else that he wears. He's wearing a red vest that looks kind of... It's quite eloquent, something that you would expect someone of nobility to wear. This red vest with yellowish linings, and in his pocket there's like this chain that goes into his one of the pockets underneath. Obviously a pocket watch or something that's in there. And his pants is like completely different than the fancy vest he's wearing. He's wearing these, if cargo shorts were like long, this strange type of not a leathery pants, more like a denim type thing. And it has also this weird leather linings on it. It looks very... It's something that like a punk child would wear because he thinks it's cool. Also, hanging over his body on a leather strap, there's an eggshell white type of bag. It's a very beautiful bag. It looks quite expensive. And you won't notice it. You would notice the straps that alludes to a holster, which in turn alludes to a gun somewhere hidden underneath the coat.
Okay.
And that's about it. I would also say maybe in the bag, you'll just for a split second see this metallic tail hanging out, and Shiloh kind of looks down and he pushes it back in, and then just continues to stare you all out.
Shiloh, if you'd please introduce yourself. You've just been sort of spaced out there. Hello?
And he kind of steps forward. What's the time of day again?
It's 5
afternoon.
5 o'clock now.
5.
Yes, quite late.
So,
well, actually,
afternoon.
actually, I think we'll change that because it makes more sense in my head now. It's 1 o'clock. It's in the...
still afternoon though.
Yes, it's still afternoon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shiloh. Yes, and he leans back onto the wall.
Well,
no emotion.
Not gonna press you for answers. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Alora, if you please.
What you all will see in front of you is a 5'6" human female, quite fair skin, long curly purple hair going all the way down to her lower back, blue eyes. She's currently wearing this... Her clothes are quite formal in nature. She's wearing this long black tailcoat with these golden, almost shoulder pauldrons on it. And you can see that she has this massive red necklace in the middle of her neck. On her long brown trousers, she has this strap. On the one side, her... What's it called? No, I'm blanking. Her blunderbuss. Her blunderbuss is tucked into a holster on her right leg, and on the other leg, various amounts of vials and potion bottles are strapped against her thighs. And then as you look down, you can see that there is a mechanical fox currently hiding behind her legs. On this fox, you can see that he has these big red eyes, and on the middle of his chest, you can see this ruby sticking out, which seems to be like formed in a heart shape. And you can see that he's currently like hiding, just like peeking behind her leg as she says, "Well, hello, y'all. I'm Alora. I'm super excited to be working with you. And this is Gidget." And she starts patting him. "Don't mind him. He's quite shy."
Well, thank you, Miss Laura. Vox, if you please, or rather let the dragon... Vox, if you please explain your physical appearance and introduce yourself.
Well, I think with Ulan's announcement, you all look into the corner, but I think for most of you, you don't initially even see anything, because in the only shadow in the room, very well hidden. There's just this extremely tall, dark, brooding figure, completely drenched in Vanta black clothing, almost indistinguishable from a statue, just existing in the corner. It's very hard to spot him, even when looking in his direction. He's fully cloaked. The only feature that you can make out from his large brooding physique is this weird bone-colored mask, very geometric in proportion, and it doesn't have much features, but it's kind of ominous to look at because it doesn't really share any human features other than two gaping holes for eyes to peek through. But instead of normal eyes gazing through, the one is completely black, and the other hole, there's just like this white dot, the size of a pupil, just death staring back at anyone who dares to gaze in his direction. And after Fulon says that, Vox kind of inaudibly just almost it looks like he's levitating out of the corner because you can't see his feet moving, but he just kind of takes one step forward like this, and from underneath his cloak he kind of unveils like this very dark navy glove, very elegantly woven, and on this glove there's like this embroidery tattered all over the glove, and it seems to resemble that of a, like, it almost looks like a tattoo for the glove that looks like a oriental dragon of some sort. And as he holds out his glove, this tattoo starts to very subtly animate, almost as if it's starting to like slither across his glove, and it starts to head towards his main pointing finger, and as it reaches the tip, these golden threads, these ethereal golden threads start to like amalgamate out of his finger and start to weave together to form the silhouette of what most of you are able to make out as some small serpentine creature. It almost looks like a mythical oriental dragon, but very small. And after with some glitter and sparkles and whatnot, this whole act finally ends, and emerging from his finger you all see Sylvester the dragon, and he almost falls to the floor initially because Vox just kind of shakes him out of his hand irritantly, but then he's like kind of just like a dog that's wet, just kind of turns himself violently, shakes himself off, and he just kind of slithers to the front of the desk and hops on top of it, and he's like,
well, good afternoon, folks. I am glad to see you've all had some good resting, or at least most of you, I presume.
Grant just like silently claps as this whole spectacle happens.
I think Fulon just like narrows his eyes and like bombastic side eyes you. He's just like, the fuck?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Grent? Yes. Anyway, Vox isn't really he's got a bit of stage fright, so I do apologize on his behalf. Okay, yes, whatever you want to call it. Well, from this point on, I shall be doing most of the talking on behalf of my broody friend over there in the corner. To all of you, you may adore me as Sylvester, the helpful companion of the Mr. Vox over there in the corner. I basically do all the translating and negotiation on his behalf, and might also be the occasional butler in some instances. But it is an honor to meet all of you, and I look forward to working alongside all of you in the future. Yes.
Just don't take him up on that butler offer. He usually includes alcohol in all of the tea that he serves. Just watch out for that, I might add.
Oh, nonsense. It's only 40%. It's nothing.
Whatever you say. Anyways, and I think by this time, because it's like going on 1 o'clock now, Solan, aren't you like at the height of your strength right now?
It's like going off of it. We said it's from 12 to 1.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The round day. So while we're just standing there,
I think
if you're like looking at him, you would see he's like slowly shrinking.
Yeah, but I would say
you definitely see Shiloh staring at you as you shrink, not taking his eyes off of you, but he shows no emotion.
I think in this moment, actually, it's now that Solan enters the room, and some of you have seen him just sort of normally, this large Solarian elf individual, but when he walks into this door, I would like to you to describe yourself at the heights of your power, Solan, as you literally have to duck a few feet down in order to get into this door. You just see this massive individual walk into the room.
Okay.
Just head twitches in your direction.
You are considerably larger than before. What is happening? Please explain.
Silas's eyes are huge right now.
The description, so yeah. The ones that's seen him before, he was a lot smaller. So Solan currently is standing at 233 centimeters. He has a very like muscular, lean build, and he's a 35-year-old Solarian elf. So he has like these stand orange things in his skin. His hair is long with a vibrant blend of orange and yellow, with the back part like neatly tied up in a bun and in the front part hanging loosely. And then if you look at his eyes, it's kind of mysterious because it resembles like a lunar eclipse with like mixtures of red, orange, and yellow.
Okay.
So yeah.
So it almost looks like it would be a solar eclipse where the moon goes in front of the sun also. And this massive individual just walks in. Yes, you, Mr. Solan, if you see Fulon is also a bit perturbed by this. He's caught off guard by the stature of yours. If you'd please introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Solan Sinclair. Hello, everyone. I'm a paladin for the Church of the Twin Suns, or at least I think I am still. And yeah, that's all what you need to know about me.
Well, thank you for that. And you there.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, but what are all your reactions to this?
Yes, I am very aware that he might have multiplied in size since we've last seen him.
Silas is just staring up at him like big-eyed, and he's gulp. He's just a gulp.
Solan, my boy, you have something looks a bit different, my boy. New haircut.
He's speaks serious, and he says, "Yeah. Actually, this morning I cleaned up a bit."
Oh, I see. Yes.
And now that you think of it, Vox, when you met him first, he was a mess. His hair was all over the place. His beard was like scraggly and unshaven. He didn't look very well. And indeed, despite the fact that he almost grew a meter overnight, it seems, he does look cleaner and more put together. Alexander? You want to say something, Alexander?
Well,
He's flabbergasted.
well, in that case, Shiloh is staring at him because Shiloh did see him previously, and he was much smaller than he is now.
Yes, he was
right?
super scrawny.
Actually, he was literally, I saw it at his lowest.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for reference, when you saw him, he was at 165, frail, and only weighing 57 kilograms. And yeah, now he's 233, weighing 150. So yeah, he's...
Yeah, Shiloh is
bigger.
staring at you with his goggles, but yeah, there's no expression on his face. He's just... He just might not be staring at you, just because you can't see his eyes, but he is staring at you.
Alora would have, like, when you walked in, she would have taken a step back, then falling over Gidget, like tripping, and then hitting her head at the back wall.
No. Yes, Alexander.
Yeah, I just want to say Alexander would just give Sergei a look as like you would really want to be in a fight with him if he feels like it would be a fun fight.
Sergei shares that sentiment. Like, he looked at everyone else sort of like with contempt or like as if they were weak. But when he saw this like big figure, it's like, okay, there might be someone here worth their salt.
Now then, Mr. Solan, if you could just... you're blocking Mr. Silas's view over there. If you just scoot to the right, please. And
Silas squeezes out through the two really tall people.
So Solan, you only now noticed
short.
that you've just stepped in front of Silas, and you haven't noticed it,
Just squeezes.
but just squeeze out.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Good. Hello, everyone. Hi Vox. My name is Silas Everglade. As you can see, I'm an elf. I'm a fighter. Thank you for having me. Yeah, that's all. And what you guys see is like he's a little bit taller than Alora. He stands at 1.76 meters. He is very athletically built. He's not as big as you would think a fighter should be. He's very lean. And he has the brightest colored pink hair you have ever seen in your life. And when it comes to his face, you see these lighter skin marks that are on his face, as he is a more darker individual. And what the light skin is, it's called vitiligo. And what you know is that it runs down his face. You don't know if it's anywhere else, because his one arm is covered in bandages, as well as his torso. He has one golden eye and one blue eye, and he has multiple piercings on his face. For his stature and nature, these piercings and one tattoo does not really suit him. It might suit his exterior, but definitely not the way he talks and acts. He also has a animal skull mask. Those who can see, it's actually a wolf skull that he has hanging from his belt. But yeah, he looks very preppy, even though he was terrified like a second ago. He's actually a very preppy person, and he's just very lively. But yeah, that is Silas.
Thank you, my dear boy. And now we get
Of course.
Yeah. And now we get to the two ruffians. Mr. Alexander, if you'd please introduce yourself to the crew. I see many people, especially little Alora here. I was very perturbed by you. But if you'd just please introduce yourselves to us.
Okay, well, first of all, like Alexander's appearance. He's also quite the mountain of a man, but not as big as the literal fucking giant next to him now.
Literal mountain standing next to him.
Literal. I am hill now. I am no longer mountain. I have been demoted.
You thought.
Yeah, I thought I was big and tall. But yeah, he's like Alexander's like very formally dressed. Like white shirt, nice formal pants, and I think you call it the overcoat or whatever. But yeah, and then his left arm is not a normal arm; it's a giant mechanical arm with these green tubes coming out of it. Some weird, strange green liquid flowing from his head into the arm. And obviously he is bold and has very, like, intense red eyes. Like, it looks artificial, if that makes sense.
Okay. Okay.
And if you look at his clothes, you'll see that there's a couple of cuts, rips, as if he's been in a couple of fights recently. And yeah, then he also has a bunch of scars in his face. Obviously been, like I said, in a couple of fights. And with a particularly bad one, having a chunk of his chin missing that has been replaced by a little metal augment. And he's just standing there with a cane in his hands.
Okay.
And all Alexander would say is, "My name is Alexander. This is Sergei." And that's that.
Okay. Well then, and Full-on just sort of gestures to you, Sergei.
Sergei, like, after Alexander says this is Sergei, he like gives a nod and then just says, "One of the ruffians, as you stated," and he points to Full-on. And yeah, instead of one mechanical arm, he has two augmented arms with very sharp claw-like fingers at the end of them. Also seems fairly decently dressed, or it would have seemed like he would have had fancy clothes if they were not torn or tattered at a few places. His entire jaw is also replaced with mechanical augments, and as he's talking, his jaw doesn't move. So it's a bit weird to look at him while he's talking. With pipes flowing from that all the way to his back, and it seems like his one leg might also be a bit mechanically enhanced, but it's a bit unsure underneath the pants that he's wearing. And he is also has next to him a maul lying on the, like, leaning against the wall as well.
Okay.
And yeah.
Thank you so much. And Full-on looks over at you and Grent. At this moment, everyone in the room just sort of looks at you as Full-on gestures to you. And I think you get a little bit of a fright. And he goes, Mr. Grent, if you please introduce yourselves to the... and he looks around. Nice people. He gives a goofy smile.
Vox's eye starts going as you look in his direction.
Yeah, alright. Hi, everyone. My name is Grent. I don't really know why I'm here, and I don't really know why any of us are, but I'm excited to speak with all of you. Right? Okay, thank you. For reference, Grent is a 5 foot something human that is absolutely gaunt. He is scrawny, malnourished, he's pasty. You can pretty much just see straight through him. And he also has these tiny wounds and scars like all over his body. It's obvious that he's been through a decent amount of suffering. Whatever that suffering was. Yeah, guess we'll find out. And he also is very bold.
Just
Shiloh looks at you.
Red eyes.
With 3 bald people.
Hey man, my old button bald, this isn't a joke.
Like, the reflection from their bald heads create like a triangle of light in the room.
You can create a perpetual like motion machine with just the reflection of their heads.
Just reflect it all on Solan and then he just gets big.
Solar batteries.
I just have a question for Etienne, just out of game question.
Yes.
How old does your character look?
He's very young, but you'd think maybe a bit older just from like his obvious malnourished, absolutely weird appearance.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's something that I forgot to say. Shiloh is, you can tell that he's not above 20. He's very, very young. So I think Shiloh looks at you, noticing that you are also almost about his age. So
Yeah, I forgot
And
that
also
as well.
bald. apparently.
Also bald. Yeah, that's also why he's looking at you.
It's a choice, okay?
Like
Oh, so
the sheens on our
that's
head, the sheens on our head like overlap for a second, like companionship.
You give
Oh,
each
yeah.
other
Silas
an
also
incorporeal high
looks
five
very
with
young, by
gummers.
the way.
Yeah,
Silas is also
Alora
around
is
Grent
quite
and
long.
Yeah, let's just quickly
Shiloh's-
get an age thing quickly. So, just for reference for everyone, Shiloh, you said you're below 20.
I'm turning 19.
Okay.
So I'm 18.
Okay. Alora, you are.
He's 24.
Okay, cool. Vox, you're pretty.
Redacted.
We don't really know. We don't really know.
Not applicable.
Silas, you are.
Silas is 22.
Okay, cool. Solan is a bit older. How old are you, Solan?
35.
Okay. Alexander and Sergei, how old are you guys?
Alexander is a solid 29 years old, but he looks a lot older from obviously from the amount of scarring he has.
Fair enough.
That's
And
Sergei is 25.
okay. And then your Grant is. How old is Grant exactly? Or just.
I believe he's like 20. Let's just say 20.
Okay.
Make it easier.
Okay, cool. With that,
What a young crew.
Mr. Foulon speaks up once again. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it official. Welcome to the HVC department. You are I want to say elite, but a curious few, searched for and chosen for this task force, which I believe will be detrimental in guiding the city away from ruin and into a prosperous future. Now, as I've mentioned before, we all do have our agreements and disagreements and things like that, but whatever it is that you are looking for, what do you want, we can maybe assist you with that. But first, there's work to be done. You may have different goals or ideals, but your talents and disposition are perfect for what we are trying to create here. Zichester is dying, and we alone will unearth the secrets of its walls and its system in order to ensure its survival. Well then, now that we are acquainted and the team is officially formed, I have your first assignment.
Grant just sticks his hand up, like, quaintly.
Yes?
So, this is a voluntary thing, right? Like, I can leave if I so choose?
I mean, yes, we told you that when you joined up. Do you not want to be...
It's just... I'm just not really sure what this is all about. I mean, I was homeless up until yesterday, so I'll stick around for now, but
well,
I am a bit confused still.
If that is what you're in need of, not unsure about the future, yes, stick with us for the moment. We'll provide this home that you require, and maybe we can do some good in the process.
If I may interject, to be fair, Grant, my boy, it's either us, Odd Bunch, or to go back to where you came from, and I I'm pretty certain you wouldn't prefer the latter. Surely?
No, I surely wouldn't. You're right.
Excellent!
What exactly can a homeless person offer this group?
Well, Grent, from the reports that I heard, you have some strange ability of some sort. You can't completely control it yet, as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what its origin is, Grant? Do you know what you can do with it?
Not particularly, but I'm willing to learn to help out us, I guess.
You see, like,
Give him a chance.
you see a moment of hesitation on Fulon's face because he's probably seen this before. An employee is like, "Ooh, I'm willing to learn," and shit like that. He gets like a moment of hesitation on his face, like, not again. But then he goes, "Yes, well, be sure to get a handle on that power of yours. I'm very sure that we can use it in the future. Whatever the people that captured you put inside you or whatever, we might be able to use it to our benefit and also to yours."
Can Alexander, since you said power or something in the like of that, can I use my magic awareness?
Okay, you blink quickly, your eyes glaze over with green, and you almost see these little particles, almost like fireflies, all around you. Very sparsely, there's not much like magic here, but you know what this looks like. The fireflies will gather around magic and will turn different colors depending on what type of magic it is and stuff. I would say you do sense a quaint bit of magic from Grent, but it seems to be dormant, very weak at this moment. There are a bunch of like these little fireflies whiffed around him, and they turn almost a little reddish color. It's a bit weird.
Okay. So, but is magic awareness, is it not for any like magic in the room as well?
What does it say specifically?
It says, as an action, you can spend you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic, and the rest is just like, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 16 feet.
So you can detect all the magic.
Yeah. Okay, so fair enough. But I thought you're only looking at Grant, or are you gonna sort of pan over the room to look at everyone else?
Actually, yeah, I think just for I would have just looked at Grant for now.
Yeah. So you just quickly open that magic awareness, look at Grant, and yeah, there is a subtle, if dormant, presence of magic within him. Unsure of what its origin is exactly.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to do.
Well, as I was saying, I have your first assignment. Now, our intelligence network is quite limited, as we are a newly formed agency that cannot really, go out into the open, since it is illegal what we are doing now. And the way I've been getting my information thus far was a bunch of informants that owed me favors. From this day on, we are quite independent, and so we shall stay. Now that the formalities are out of the way, I would like you, as your first assignment, to acquaint yourselves with the locals of this area. Go out on the streets, into the nearby businesses, and build up a few relationships with the people around us. People can be your greatest allies in gathering information, and they notice things out of the ordinary in the spaces that they move about. This will be a slow process, but I'm most certain you will come to understand in time. I have reason to believe that, possibly everywhere in the city, there are small groups or gangs of some sort, I don't know, working from the shadows, and more often than not, in my experience, they could be connected to larger organizations, and that is sort of my thinking on getting into who are the actual troublemakers around here. So for now, we work one area at a time. Let's make this neighborhood around us, around the HVC, a little bit more stable, if I could put it that way, so that we can operate more cleanly without prying eyes on us. So, if you please, go out on the nearby streets, meet some of the locals, go into the local businesses, inns, whatever you have, to gather information from them, see what they've seen, if I could put it in that way, and then report back your findings, because I have reason to believe that there are many things happening around us that we cannot see as they move in the shadows. There are 3 places I'd like you to focus on specifically. If you'd please take this down. The nearby inn, I believe most of you or all of you have seen it. It is called the Toad Princess. I know the owner there. Her name is... Miss Betty Germana. You can speak to her about a few happenings there, or ask around some of the patrons. Next, I would like you to investigate a general goods store known as Hilda's Hutch. Lady Hilda has been around these parts for quite some time. She's a very elderly gnomish lady. She might know a few things or have some insight. And also, I've not been at this place yet, but there is a smithy nearby known as True Steel. If you'd please investigate that as far as your abilities can take you. Once again, I have reason to suspect that a plot is brewing in this very neighborhood. And I know not its machinations, but I'd like you to figure that out for me, make your own conclusions, and come back to me with whatever you have, and we will then make the next move. Now that's where you come in. Come on, what are you standing around for? Go! Spread your little wing.
Well, does anybody have a pen so we can write down what you just said? Because I'm not going to remember it.
No one never learned how to write.
You hear and then Fox just takes out a perfectly full black ink pen.
Well, okay. And then she just takes it very quickly from Fox, like quite scared, and then she starts writing. So you said, what did you say exactly?
The Toad Princess. That's the
Toad Princess.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And she like pulls up her sleeves and starts writing on her arm.
Do you need me to repeat this shit? I literally said it a few seconds ago.
Silas just walks over to her and starts like telling her the places where we.
It is the Toad Princess.
Hilda's Hutch.
Hilda's Hutch, yes.
And then True Steel.
Yes, True Steel.
I've a really good memory. You don't have to worry.
I'm.
Herr Fulan.
Yeah,
do you expect of us to, as one group, go to each individual place, or do you want us to split up to make it more practical?
I don't care how you do it, just do it.
Me and Alexander will take the smithy. You guys can take the rest.
Well. Oh, okay.
And I would say then we would just walk out then.
Yeah, we would just walk out.
Good luck! Don't attack police officers! Don't attack the police officers, please!
Alexander would just look at Solan as he just passes him, like kind of sussing him out a bit, and he just walks out.
Should I keep an eye on those two?
I don't know about you, but I don't really want to get close to them. Where do you guys want to go first? Great.
Fulan, may I suggest that me and Vox have a word with you after our little briefing session here?
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, do we split in half and 3 of us go to the... Which place are they going to exactly? Did they say?
I think they said they were going to the Smith.
Yeah,
I quite like it. I had a friend named Smith when I was younger.
Oh, how
That's
lovely.
really cool, Grant.
That's so cool. Well, should we just split
Go
in
with
half?
us. We could go to... What, a tavern's really full. Maybe we can go to the general store. What do you say, Grant? General store? With me and
I don't really know my way around the place, so...
Oh, me neither, but it's okay. We'll just follow each other.
I know my way around this town.
We can put Wiki for Alora then. Oh, let's get on our way, bros.
Let's go.
Or, Voxer, you guys got the tavern. Sorry, bye. You just runs out. You still move us around, Vox.
Before Laura goes, she says, "Goodbye, Sylvester. I hope you have a good day. You too, Shiloh, and goodbye, Mr. Vox."
Oh, yes. You too, Miss Alora. Stay safe.
Shiloh doesn't say anything.
Well then, what about you, handsome mountain of a man?
You see, by this time, like, Solan is actively shrinking down to a smaller size, just... You see his clothes hang a bit looser on him.
If you could have seen Shiloh's... If you could have seen Shiloh's eyes, he's squinting and he kind of just adjusts his goggles.
I wonder how that works. Very interesting. Anyways, if you please, I will see you here in a few hours. Just don't be too late. Tell me what you come up with, eh?
Okay. Yes, have full on.
Thank
Shiloh
you.
just walks up and he leans against the wall waiting for Vox.
While you wait very long, because nothing comes out of the door. In fact, the door just shuts after Solan leaves. Like,
and now
Shiloh just looks up at. How?
He's taller than you now. He's still a giant at
he's still
normal
taller
size.
Than me. Yeah. Shiloh leaning against the wall, folding his arms. There's like a awkward silence between you two, and he looks at you. He looks up at you, and then he just looks in front of him.
What is it? Can see you.
Nothing. No, it's nothing. Here, Solan. It's just quite interesting.
What?
Well, you were just a couple of seconds ago 2 heads longer than you are now, and just yesterday you were barely as tall as I was.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. Don't you worry. I won't pry.
Silence fills the corridor. Yes, Vox, you wanted a word?
I think Vox just drags a chair out and doesn't go sit on the chair. He just aligns it perfectly with the other chair, and then he just kind of stands there, and then Sylvester hops onto the chair and he's like,
"Well, Mr. Fulon, I do appreciate that you are suggesting for us to find ourselves familiar with the local habitat, but me and Vox here feel that there might be more pressing matters at hand. I do believe we informed you about the strange masked individual who met up with that professor back at the club that we visited."
Yes.
Can I make an insight check to see if I can hear that?
Make a perception check for me.
Perception, sorry.
You see, Fulon, me and Vox aren't exactly the best when it comes to small talk and casual banter, so I think our exploits would be best used in investigating matters such as that, rather than...
A moment. Shiloh, you hear the general gist of the conversation with a 12.
I hear the bird mask.
The bird mask.
Okay, I barge in. Not barge in, but I do open the door and go in.
Vox head contorts unnaturally in your direction.
Hello, Shiloh. Something on your mind?
If they're going after the bird mask, I am too.
Oh, well, I suppose personal space is a thing of the past now.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you my reasoning in this matter, at least. You say you want to go after the bird-masked individual.
Not necessarily the big man, but potentially maybe scouting the area at which he was present, maybe looking for leads that could possibly
my friend,
catch up to him.
I understand that, but at the moment we have no idea who he is, what his motivations are, or where he could have gone. So, I'm going to suggest, and I know this goes against everything that you stand for, Vox, but we should acquaint ourselves with our area, set ourselves in this environment, hear what the people have to say. They see everything, and with that we will be able to build up a network for ourselves that will instantly be able to notify us when things go awry around us. That is what I'm trying to do now. The bird-masked individual, we don't even know what organization he is part of, and if he truly is a true threat, or at least a primary red list threat to what we are trying to do. So, I would suggest scope out the area. I believe you, the other big guy, and you three are going to Miss Germana's tavern.
The moment you say tavern, you just hear a muffled sigh in Vox's mask, just like.
We've gone through worse, old Voxy. Come on, it wouldn't be that bad.
I've seen you incinerate entire battalions of people. I think you can at least pretend to, I don't know, communicate with people sometimes. I don't know. Okay. At least keep an eye on the fledglings, if you please.
Yes, I think we'll do that. Come on, Voxy, let's go. Thank you for your time, Mr. Fulan, as always.
He sort of wipes a bit of sweat off of him, and he struggles to maintain eye contact with Vox. And he's like, yes. And you see him turn around in his chair, surveying it around. And once again, he has sort of a desk in front in his office chair, and then behind him there's like another desk of some sort, and you can see he's working on something there, but the light doesn't quite catch it. Sort of takes out some artificer tools and begins working on something. Okay. What would you like to do?
When Vox exits the room, Silas also just almost follows, but then just turns around at Fulon. Herr Fulon.
Yes.
I would advise that you remember that the bird mask is the only reason I'm still here.
In time,
Please.
dear boy, Zichester is an enormous city. To find a bird mask in a haystack, it's sort of that type of situation. We're going to have to take it day by day, and I promise you, our network with all of these people will come in handy one day.
You know, Herr Fulon, there's a saying in my people that my people use. It goes, Das blauw vom Himmel verspreken. It means the blue promise from the sky. A promise that can't be fulfilled. This isn't the blue promise from the sky, is it, Herr Fulon?
Well, I can tell you this. I intend to overturn this entire city in time, find out what makes it tick. Who are those that lurk in the shadows? Whoever this bird-masked individual is, we will surely find him one day, and what exactly he is after. And we'll put a stop to it. That is a promise I can make to you.
He just nods, and he exits the room.
Okay. As all of you walk out into the streets of Zichester, streets are bustling, carts are going by, you see the occasional, large mechanized vehicle, which they don't have wheels, because steampunk, they have like these large 4 mechanical legs that just walking through these absolutely large streets. You see all of the streets are lined with metal railways that a occasional steam-powered tram car rides across. You see people pulling carts with many fruits on them. There are a few roadside stalls. You walk past a bunch of restaurants and other such things within the Zichester. Specifically, let's actually pull up a map of Zichester for all of you real quick. And then we can exactly show you where you are. I'll just zoom in here. So, right now, this is sort of the whole map of Zichester. Golden House is in the middle. You are in the northwestern parts of Zichester, quite close to the slums, but not there yet. I would say the slums are like a few blocks on, and then it gets like really dangerous and stuff. But for right now, it's a pretty average living environment. But you walk out of the HVC headquarters and you find yourselves over here. Nearby is your targets that you're looking for. Hilda's Hutch is just a few blocks down this main street that you're walking on. True Steel is a bit further away, but the Toad Princess, as you all know, is like, it's basically the building below you, essentially. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 groups. We have Vox, Solan, and Shiloh heading to the Toad Princess. We have Silas, Alora, and Grent, everyone heading to Hilda's Hutch. And we have the 2 brothers heading to True Steel. Which one of you would like to go first? Which one of the groups would like to go first?
Initiative, maybe?
Sure. Let's do rollies. Each group nominates someone and just roll a straight d20.
Go, Sergei. This is your chance to roll above a 5 for us.
Wait, can Alora maybe suggest going first because she has to go work in an hour?
Okay. We'll do Hilda's Hutch first. Since So overruled. Sergei, you'll go next because of the nat 20.
Sorry about that.
So Silas, Alora, and Grent, you all walk out of the HVC headquarters into a very dank, dark alleyway. A bunch of rats scurrying around, trash cans that haven't been emptied in quite some time. And you walk out sloshing against the sort of muck that is built up here over the years. You can tell that the place where the HVC headquarters, or the abandoned apartment building that you call the headquarters is located, has been left abandoned for a few years now. And you do come trudging out of this place. You see immediately to the right of this alleyway, once you get out of it after a few, like 50, 100 feet, you see that the Toad Princess is right there, the sort of tavern. But you're looking for Hilda's Hutch. What are all of you doing as you walk out?
Well, does Alora know how to get there, seeing that she lived her whole life in Zichester, I'm assuming?
Make a history check for me.
Let's see. Well, it's 10.
You have no recollection of the name Hilda's Hutch. This part of town is not really a place that you used to frequent, so it's gonna be a gamble. You're gonna have to look for it.
So what I said in there about knowing my way around the city, now that I think about it, I have zero idea where Hilda's Hutch is and who Hilda is.
Wait, you're kidding? Really? Don't know where we're going anymore.
No.
I didn't know where we were going in the first place.
I mean, can Silas do perception or investigation? something.
So you want to navigate. This is going to be... We'll call this okay, so... okay, what's the key? Someone's keys are just mashing at the moment. Oh, guys, mechanical keyboards are cool, okay?
They're very fucking loud, that's fine.
I'm joking. Anyways, this will be either survival to sort of navigate through the city or investigation. But investigation, I would say DC is going to be higher.
I think... Okay, let me try survival.
Okay, hit him up.
Real quick. Oh, wow, that's in that one, bro.
Okay, so...
We're just gonna get lost.
so this is what happens. For about half an hour, Silas takes point. You begin navigating through the streets. You walk through a very shady alleyway, but Silas is sure that this is the right way. And you pop out on the other side of these many alleyways, and you see in front of you true steel, a forge, and you see the two barbarian brothers walking in to this establishment, and you now know.
I could have sworn it was this side.
Well, Silas, I thought you said you do. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'm sure we can find a way. Let me just go ask someone. Actually,
yeah, that could be a better idea. No, that could be a better idea.
Who do I see on the street?
Sorry, guys. Who are we gonna ask though?
Yeah, who do I see on the street?
Are there any people?
There are many people. Going in and out of True Steel. This is like one of the main roads that you're on. So it's like it's a fucking highway. For tram carts and hand-driven carts, mechanical sort of walkers. There are many people here. There are merchants. You can basically ask anyone. See sort of a old man walking by, group of people looking like they're looking for a tavern for the night's revelries or something. Yeah, who do you walk up to? There are sorry, I will also say there are also members of the Grand Garrison here, the sort of police force of Zichester, walking around in their dark blue regal clothing.
Alora will avoid those people and go to the old man.
You see this dapperly dressed gentleman, sort of with a blazer on, a monocle, walking with his cane, but not using the cane to walk. He's sort of like resting it over his kept out elbow, and he's just sort of like walking there. And you approach him.
Oh, hello there, dear. What do you require? Can I help you? I'm quite busy right now. If you...
Good day, sir. We're just looking for a place called Hilda's Hut. If you maybe know where it is, you could maybe show us in the right direction. We got quite lost, you see.
He sort of like raises an eyebrow and looks over the rest of your crew and sees Grent. And I would like you to make a persuasion check for
waves.
me.
Oh no!
You can make it with advantage because of the wave.
Like he's just smiling at the old man and waving. Hello.
Grant is still just like kind of looking down at the ground, overwhelmed at all the bustle around him.
That's a 16. With a 16, she's gonna.
Oh, I mean, don't worry about him. He might look a bit funny, but he's a sweetheart. Don't you worry about it.
She's just gonna stand like in front of his view between her and Grant and just like block his view.
Right. My dear lady, you would find Hilda's Hut just off. Follow this main road, turn right, and you'll head straight into it. You simply cannot miss it. I will just say, and he gets close to your ear. You look like a forthcoming young woman. I'd watch the type of people that you hang around with. And he sort of pats you on the shoulder and is like, good luck in your travels or whatever you're doing. And he sort of turns around and
carries on with his day's business.
Thank you, sir. Well, come on, guys, I know where it is.
And then she just starts like running off in front.
Good job, Alora. Come on, Grant. Come on. Let's go.
I'm coming. Was he talking about me?
No. He was talking about my fancy pink hair, bro.
Oh, don't worry about it, Grant. He just thought you were interesting looking individual.
Yeah,
Interesting individual. She was talking about me, because the pink hair, the tattoos, piercings. It's very weird looking to other people. Don't worry about it. Silas grabs him on the shoulder and just walks away with him.
Literally dragging me.
As you move through this main street, you walk for like 15 minutes or so, and eventually you come to all of the buildings here are quite large. It's sort of like a London-esque type situation where it's just like a wall of buildings, and then you have like the different stores in different parts of this large building. And that's sort of the gist you get here. It's just like a straight up wall of buildings, many glass windows and such. But then at the bottom of this, there's sort of a smaller building that almost looks like it is like bursting forth from this wall of buildings. And indeed, you see Hilda's hutch on the front door of it. It says accessories and anything you might need as the catchphrase. And it's a quaint little building. It has a lot more like details, and you can see that as you get closer, like there's a bunch of baubles and things that hang in the windows and on display cases. It looks more homey and like lived in, other than like the rest of the city, which is just this straight up mechanical machine that is more about efficiency rather than personalization, I would say. But yeah, this is a quaint little place that has found its home here on this corner of the street. And indeed, there's a sign that says open, with two sort of glass doors that you can open like this. Basically, they open towards you, and you can open both of them at the same time. And you now stand in front of this place.
Well, ain't this cozier than a basket? Ain't this cozier than a fire on Christmas Eve?
I kind of get what you mean by that. It does look like
I don't understand.
Do you think they have pebbles? Silas just takes out a little bag and shakes it, and you just hear a bunch of rocks just like going together. I have a bit of an obsession. And he puts it away.
I'll remember that, because I have seen a couple of good pebbles at near the place where we live, so I can help you find some good ones.
That'll be real nice. Anyway, we should probably go ahead in the general store.
Again, Grant, do you want to knock on the door?
What?
Grant, do you want to knock on the door?
Alright. Grant kind of steps up and he just bangs on the door like as loud as he possibly can.
It is a glass door. I'm going to roll a save for the door. Okay, natural 17, it's fine. So you and you just hear from inside, "Good gracious! It's open, you daft idiot!"
Silence.
It's a pool door! A pool door!
Oh! Silas pulls it.
Pull it. A little bell goes off. Well, hello!
Alora's just gonna whisper in Grant's ear when they walk in.
Don't worry about it. I thought you did a good job at knocking at the door.
You know, young lady, you shouldn't lie to your friends. It's a bad habit. They're gonna just keep on doing it. Please, next time, don't break my doors down. If you'd like something to break, I've got very expensive vintage plates that you can buy from me and then break to your whims. Anyways, welcome to Hilda's hut. What can I do for you today? And you see, sitting behind the desk, just this very small, lithe, little gnomish lady with just a bunch of frazzled white hair. Some of it is tied up to the back in sort of a ponytail situation, but most of it is just hanging like Einstein style everywhere. And her eyes are sort of scrunched. She has a pair of very small spectacles over her nose. Look at airbending. And yeah, you can just see this many cases and caskets and a bunch of things hanging from the roofs. It is just a little homey shop that she has created for herself in this moment. And she says, how can I help you? Interest you in some vintage attire, accessories? We just got a new shipment of a few jewels and jewellery at affordable prices, obviously. Or you're just here to browse like everyone else in this city?
Well, madam, we're actually here to ask you some questions. Or like a question.
I didn't do it. I don't know what you heard, but I didn't do it. You're not coppers undercover by any chance, are you? I've heard that they do that.
I'm not a copper, man. I'm just little old me. I can't do officer stuff. No, we just wanted to hear if anything strange has been happening around these parts, perhaps.
I wouldn't say so, no. Nothing strange, just me and my little shop, you know.
Any odd characters coming through here? Except like me and Grant, obviously.
Oh, I was just about to say, like, if right now counts, yes. But I couldn't say no odd characters, really, no.
Grant is going to cast Sense Heartbeat at level 1.
Okay.
Just to determine whether this lady is lying or not.
No odd beings or...
as you say this, Grant, you sort of... I think you just consciously sort of do it. Like, you just sort of hear... Oof, 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 and it gets... Oof, 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 the heartbeats of everyone around you gets louder as you cast Sense Heartbeat. Sort of... You notice that Silas is a bit excited. Her heartbeat is a bit faster. Alora actually as well. Heartbeat is a bit faster. I'm gonna say make an insight check with advantage on Hilda. It's not gonna tell you like, oh, she's lying, but you can tell by her heartbeat that she might be lying.
Throw a 9 for both.
Just get me dice out. Think.
Are you gonna roll a deception check for her heart? That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah. If she's a good,
like a fucking
my
heavy metal album.
My
deception check for my heart.
You're bang out of just rock.
My thinking with that is a good liar will know how to keep like their heartbeat and know how to keep cool in these type of situations. So this basically being able to sense the heartbeat and being able to look at this individual, it could give you advantage on the insight check. So I'm gonna roll deception. I would say you don't really get distress from her or anything like that. You're unsure if she's speaking the truth or not.
I see. In that case, I'm just gonna keep quiet and say nothing.
Do you perhaps have interesting rocks?
Rocks?
Oh, well, if you're talking about the, like, sparkly kind, of course I do.
She gets off of the chair and you now, like, just see her head disappear behind the counter she was sitting on, and you hear as she shuffles over towards you.
If you would follow me to the side over here, I've got all manner of mineral objects and also precious gems and such. If you are looking to buy, we've got a piece of pure granite over here. It's quite wondrous. Look at the veins.
I'm probably
and the...
just looking for something a little more simple, but marvelous granite.
Yeah,
maybe one day.
We've got some andesite, which is taken purely from the nearby stone mines. A friend of mine actually dropped this off for me. Quite a marvelous little piece.
It's a grey rock with darker grey lines through it. It's really beautiful, but it's a rock.
And how much is this little thing gonna cost me?
That'll run you up about call it.
Calculates a few things in her head. 1 gold and 2 silver pieces.
Well, Silas, I could buy it for you if you want it.
It's a pretty good rock.
Oh no. Don't worry about it. If I buy this rock, madam.
Yes.
Does your answer change a little bit? He's gonna do an inside check to see if I answer would.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
She narrows her eyes.
That's a 21.
That depends on how much you give for it. Gotta make it worth my while.
Well, we won't necessarily only be helping you with gold today, but listening to what you just said, ma'am, you just said that business hasn't been doing the best lately, so...
Are you going to buy the rock or not? I said nothing of the sort.
Well, you did allude to it.
Looking around, man, it is a little bit empty, isn't it?
Do you look around? Do you look around?
Business. Yeah.
Make a perception check.
Imagine there's just room for. There's just people everywhere.
17.
There are other people in the store.
Okay, good.
Two other people.
It's not very bustling.
Seems a bit empty. Turns around.
They're sort of they're at the far edge of the store, but with a 17, you notice that all of her wares and stuff seem to be in stock. Though you look at the gem cabinet that it's a glass display case, okay, where she keeps all of her rocks basically, and then right next to that there's a display case for rare gems and jewels. You notice that one is a bit empty. A few of the gems seem to be missing. But she says,
Oh, no. Your eyes are deceiving you. Business has never been better. Are you going to buy the rock now? Or are we going to have... What?
I have really good eyesight, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you may have a little people here, but most of your things aren't stock. Except your precious gems.
Alright. What is this? Why should...
Just asking a question.
Make another persuasion check for me.
Come on. 14.
He goes, alright.
Sort of leads you over to her counter with the andesite rock in hand, puts it on the counter, gets up on her little chair, and she just says,
Now look, I don't like talking about this, and I don't like telling it to any nosy morons that come into my place, but you are going to buy this rock for a quite handsome price, right? Make it 2 gold and I'll tell you what's been happening.
Deal.
Very well.
He slides, 2 gold.
Thank you. She takes it and bites the gold to make sure that it's legit. But as she does it, she's just staring daggers into your eyes. She's like, okay.
He's staring back at her.
She just bites the gold and she's like, okay. Puts it in her bag. You see, as you might have noticed, my gem stores are a bit out of stock at the moment, and I can tell you now that it's not because the mines or the proprietors that I get them at are not
empty.
Capable of giving them to me. It's been a few nights now that a group of people have come in here and stolen them. They've even confronted me themselves. And I don't know why.
Ain't that rude?
They always take the green gems for some reason, and now that you think back on it, Silas, there weren't any green gems like jades or things like that in the the glass display case. They always seem to take the green gems for some reason, and then they just leave without a trace. I just stand back. I mean, they don't burn my shop down or steal anything else. It's just always the green gems. And I always make sure to stock up on more green gems because I don't want to, be the next headline on the radio for burnt down building.
I get that.
Next headline? Are you telling us there's multiple buildings just burning down?
Well, they have... I don't know. I mean, I was just more of referring to, I just don't want to be in the news for some tragic event happening. It's Chester. There are many tragic things happening all over the place. I don't know if it's related to them threatening to burn down my establishment, but I do know there have been such occasions in the news as of late.
It's completely understandable.
Now don't go sticking your noses where it shouldn't belong, okay? I still want to run this business. And if you are planning some, I don't know what you want to do with this information, telling the cops or something, just make sure it doesn't involve my business.
Look, we're not here to tell the cops about it or anything.
But
thank you for the information.
Why are you here, if I may ask then?
So we were tasked with...
No, we're just here out of curiosity. Don't worry about it. Come on, Grant. Thank you for the rock, madam. Thank you for the information.
I've got my eye on you.
Oh, I really hope so.
I will come knocking at your door if my building burns down. I expect 5-star meals.
God.
Are we burning a building down?
No.
No.
He just pushes them out of the door. Well, that went more smoothly than I thought it would.
Well, Silas, you're quite a negotiator there.
I might not look like it, but I'm quite a persuasionist. Yeah. Anyway,
call me impressed.
Are we gonna go back now, or?
Yeah. I think we can go back. Yeah, it's a good idea. We have to get this information to you.
Hey, Silas, do you still want to go see where the pebbles are near the place we're staying at? I could show you.
Well, we're going there now, so that would be great. Then Grant can go inside. I don't think he likes that outside very much.
Well, Grant, do you want to pebble hunt with us? Grant?
I don't. I've never hunted a pebble before.
We can teach you. It's not very difficult.
Yeah, it's not very difficult at all. They stay pretty still. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't bite.
I'll try. I'll come with.
Alright. Let's go, y'all. Let's go, bros. Yeah, mate, people hunting. And yeah, we make our way back to...
So,
HVC.
You all make it to the alleyway of the HVC. If you're gonna go pebble hunting, make an investigation check for me.
All of us, okay, all of us.
Oh, I almost got a nat 20, what the fuck?
Whoever wants.
Oh,
nat
Now
20,
the
let's
true
go.
campaign.
What? Oh, Grent is an expert.
So-
Grant says he's never hunted a pebble before.
It's a lie.
There's nary a pebble I couldn't catch.
So Silas, you and Alora, like, almost. You've done this before, Silas, with your obsession with little rocks and trinkets. You begin searching through everything. You just find muck and moss-covered little stones, struggling really hard to do that. And then, Grent, you're just sort of a ways away as Alora, and Silas is busy with that, and you just... What's this? And just reach behind a trash can, and you just pick up a like a pure diamond from behind the trash can. Just this, though you don't know what this is. It's a very shiny, clear, translucent rock that you pick up.
Grent.
No, you don't see this yet. Grent picks it up.
I look at it. I discern it's not a pebble, and I throw it in my pocket. I choose not to tell anyone. Must be a
Wait,
piece
did
of
you
glass.
find anything yet? Grant's over there.
Just some broken glass, I think. No pebbles.
Oh, hey,
Well, it's the other way of a tavern, so.
As
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Silas. I swear there was some shiny pebbles out there. I don't know where they went.
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's fine. I got the very expensive pebble from the shop. So he's fine.
Are we gonna go back into our rooms, or do you both want to go get something to drink?
I think we need to go to the boss first.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or do you want to see what Vox and them are doing?
I don't really like Fox. I like the dragon that goes with him, but I don't like.
Oh, Sylvester. Fox is creepy, but the first time I saw him, I thought he was gonna kill me. I thought he was the Grim Reaper. Reaper, not Weeper. Reaper.
Mr. Vox, I think, will grow on us. He is quite scary, but Sylvester is amazing.
Oh yeah, he's a little cute thing.
Wish I could get a dragon that lived inside me. You'd never be lonely, I think.
Oh.
Could make you a mechanical animal, but he won't be able to live inside of you per se.
That'd be a little bit
I
awkward,
don't know what
wouldn't
that
it?
means.
Oh.
Well, so heading to the boss or going to spy on Vox and them's operation?
You want to spy on him? Oh, I thought we were gonna go in and drink a drink with him.
We could do that. Well, I don't know if Mr. Vox is going to be very happy if he sees us in there. And
When you discuss his name, there's just a cold wind in the alleyway that just softly blows against your necks. For no particular reason.
Did it get a little colder here?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's a bit colder.
No, what?
Fox is
I
always
think
watching.
I think his name is like when you say Beetlejuice or something.
I also don't know what that is.
Yeah,
You know, me neither. I heard it from a patron somewhere. But they say it's very bad.
Interesting. Well,
Oh, yeah, okay.
so what are we three doing?
Or going to the boss?
Yeah,
First?
I think going to the boss first.
Oh, I should probably go
It
check
seemed
up on
like that.
Gidget. I left him in there. He's probably
Oh.
lonely.
Yeah.
You guys
I
want to
don't
meet
even have
Gidget?
my swords with me.
Would you guys like to meet Gidget?
Who is Gidget?
Who's Gidget?
Oh, my little mechanical fox. Didn't you guys see him in the... Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. Oh, what? Wait, we have to have clear vision right now. We have to go to the boss A day we can see you, little fox. Clear vision. Clear vision. We have not to lose our way. We already went pebble hunting before we get into the boss. We need to go now. Silas just start marching towards the HPC.
It's like that goofy, like, swaying your hands thing.
The goofy march, yeah, exactly.
Time to go talk about important things, I guess. Come on, Grant.
Coming, and he just taps the pocket with the diamond in it. He just walks on.
So just add into your inventory strange broken glass, Grent, please.
Gotcha.
And now I think we'll move to the two brothers, Alexander and Sergei. It's just sort of like rewind back in time. You all have left before Alora and them, so you walk out into the alleyway, walk past the Toad Princess that is right to the right of you, and yeah, you hear behind you Alora, Silas, and Grant coming out of the door. But what are you guys doing?
I think because we're semi-familiar with the area, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, so I
would say you might not have been in True Steel yourself, but you've heard of it, and it would be easy enough for you to discern a path towards it.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we'll just immediately start making our way there.
Yeah, let's just make a survival or investigation check. The DC is 5. Just wanna see if you fuck up really bad.
With our luck. Okay, 15, it's fine. We're good.
Okay. With that, you easily make it through the streets. It's a few blocks over, so you have to walk, or if you'd like, you can take tram cars, but it's going to be a 2-hour walk. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Yeah, they would have walked for that long. It's going to be a 2-hour walk, or you can take like a tram car, which would slice that into a 30-minute walk. But tram cars cost 2 silver per ride.
Does that mean we walked like longer than 2 hours, seeing that we got lost?
Yep, that ones will do that to you.
Wait, what time was it then?
I would.
We come in last then.
Yes,
maybe.
You would have probably.
Yeah. Okay.
What time would it have been?
What like
when
right?
we walked back?
I would say like 5 o'clock or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sergei and Alexander, what are you two doing? Gonna walk there? Take a tram car?
Yeah, I think we'll walk. We don't wanna.
I don't want to waste money, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be able to sneak on a tram course, seeing as we are not.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like there aren't many augmented that just casually walk through the streets, especially in this area. So you would definitely attract attention. So you sort of navigate through many alleyways and such until you arrive at True Steel, a little smithy situation here in the copper district of the city. Let me just find its shit real quick. True Steel. You see a quite a large smithy. Actually, it looks a bit more industrial than like it's not a small town smithy with like one anvil and a thing. There's like a bunch of anvils. There's a bunch of employees working here. It's more a workshop factory sort of situation rather than a smith itself, but it still has like the semblance of a smith. It's like there's still a lot of handwork and stuff going on here. It's just in mass essentially.
Is it like an open floor plan where it's not, there isn't necessarily like a door you walk in, it's just
it's just open. It sort of has like a large gate that slides closed at night, you would imagine, but for now it's like just a massive garage door that's open, and indeed it says like in bold letters True Steel with like a little sword logo to the side of it. Not the best like graphic design for that, but it gets the message across. And indeed, you now stand in front of True Steel. What are you doing?
How busy is it? how many people are in there?
It's quite busy. It's not like super busy. We'll say there's about 8 or so patrons inside. They're actively browsing and buying stuff, but it is quite a large warehouse setup. So it's not like overcrowded. But you're definitely going to be seen if you walk in there, type of situation. You can see to the as you walk into it, to the right, there are a bunch of like different racks and things where weapons are on. Further to the right, there are like 3 blast furnaces with anvils in front of them, and to the left, there is a sort of a cashier type of situation where people would pay for their like whatever they buy here. There's like weaponry and stuff like that here, but there's also like pistols and guns and things like that here to the left.
Okay. And so I'm assuming like they're all like workers at the anvils.
Yes. Each anvil is beset by a worker just hammering, just ting 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 ting. You just hear this echoing of hammers against steel perpetually through the store.
I think we'll maybe like make our way towards like the cashier side of it.
Okay.
To see like who's standing behind the counter and talk to them.
You see a thin, well put together half elven woman with blacksmith clothes on, but you can see what she is wearing is a bit more formal and more put together than what the other workers in here are wearing. You see like like some of these smithy workers, some of them are dwarves. There's like one human guy there, all with aprons on, smudged with oils and shit. But yeah, this woman seems to be like some sort of receptionist or salesperson at the cashier, and she's busy she's like a little abacus thing there, and she's just busy counting things like do. She has spectacles on her face that sort of make a point at the end, almost like a Joey Neutron's mom, if you know the reference. Like it like it's circular in the center, and then it like becomes no, it's not. No, it's the teacher. It's the teacher.
Yeah, the teacher.
The teacher. Sorry. And goes out to a point, and she's busy like paging through a paper, writing with a pen in some sort of ledger, just counting on the abacus. What do you do?
I would
you
like
just
to approach her.
Walk in. Heads definitely turn towards you when you walk in.
I would say that Alexander, as he walks, he would just kind of break away and like basically pretend as if he's actually shopping for a weapon. Like not fully, but he's just like let Sergei like do the thing.
Yeah, you
looking for
you sort of you like unconsciously begin browsing through the weapons, and you just didn't notice a person that was also browsing, and you walk closer to him, and he's like he just sort of jitters a bit and just briskly walks to the other side of these racks that you are browsing through. But Sergei, you do walk up towards the lady behind the counter, and she goes, "Yes, hello, how may I help?" Okay, interesting. Hello, metal man, how may I help you? Okay, and she leans back. Need any repairs for those arms of yours or something like that? Because we don't really do that.
I would like to know where I could find the owner of this establishment.
Oh, Mr. Baymar is currently working, she points with her pen, sort of, the leftmost anvil, 3 forges, you can find him there.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll stand up and make his way there.
Can I
And I'll look over to Alexander and just like give a nod to like, okay, that's the person that we want to talk to.
Can I interest you in like a, I don't know, claw sharpening or a refinement of that hammer of yours by any chance?
He just walks away like while she was talking.
Okay, have a nice day. As you walk away, you walk towards this individual you know as Baymar now. He Baymar is
He's a gnome individual. He is extremely buff and large for a gnome, but still 5 feet, even shorter than that. He's very small. Gnomes are even smaller than that. They're like 3-4 feet. But he's just this big-ass gnome, and you can see him busy hammering little details onto some sort of sword with a very, very fine, like, hammer and chisel situation. And then after he finishes with it, he pulls a lever, and this massive sort of compressor device just presses onto the sword. And when it lifts up, you just see this amazing sort of filigree and markings that have been engraved onto the edges of this blade. And he's like, well, that most certainly is some of my best work, I must agree. And he sort of turns around with going to dunk the blade in the water, and he's just like, oh, hello, can I help you too? And he just looks up, almost breaking his neck from the angle, looking up at both of you. Can I help you? You haven't come here to make any trouble, have you?
You're Mr. Baymar, I've been told.
Yes, that's me. How do you know my name?
Your receptionist there at the front was very helpful.
That makes sense.
We're here to talk a bit of business. If you perhaps have an office or something.
No. I'm not getting involved in any gang-related things that you augmented like prancing around always. If it's some sort of business deal to make you arms, I've had 1 million of those. I am sorry. We are closed for business in that section. So
I
please...
can promise you these arms are fine just the way they are. It's more business that will benefit you. And I extend a hand and I open up, and in my palm lays 2 gold pieces. But the way I have my sharp fingers pointing upwards, it almost looks like a bear trap that if he reaches in, it'll shut close cool. And jab into his arms. But I just hold that out and I just say, an incentive, if you will.
I would say as Sergei does this, Alexander would just get a small knows this is a thing we do. And he would just go and lean against a wall or something and just watch.
Alright, a quick word, okay? But if I detect anything nefarious or, I don't know, gang-related, I'm calling the Grand Garrison on you promptly. I don't want that sort of business, okay? I'm glad that we understand each other. And he walks off into some sort of office-like area.
I think we follow.
Walk into the office.
Yeah.
It says, just remember to please close that door behind you. You walk into his office and you see mounted on his sort of back wall, there's just this massive axe of some sort that is immaculately made, just mounted at the back, and there are many other frames and things with pictures in and other smaller weapons and any little gadgets and things that he has been working on and have made. It's magnificent to look across. You can tell that whoever this Baymar person is extremely talented.
I look at the axe and then I just look back at Alexander with it's a pretty impressive axe, you know.
Alexander just when he opens the first thing, he just looks at this. The axe is okay.
Yeah, I think we'll close the door, and if there are blinds, I think we close them as well.
Yes.
Alright then, what have I signed myself up for?
Well, we work for an interested party in the area that would like to see
a gang
around here.
Oh.
Not a gang. Not one.
More like we get rid of gangs.
Yes. More of a corporation, I guess you can say.
I think
that's how he described it.
You guys can make a persuasion check with advantage, just to it's not to persuade him of anything, it's just to sort of set him at ease, I would say, if he's believing where you're coming from. So persuasion check individually or one with advantage?
Sergei is on a hot spree with that nat 20, so you will get advantage.
Okay, let's hope. Okay, a dirty 20.
He goes, okay, well, I can certainly say that I've never heard anyone come to me with a proposition like that before. Let me hear it.
Well, we're basically here for some information. Whether you've seen any interesting things going on around here, things that, let's say, are not the most ethical or legal to happen.
People that kind of look like us. And Alexander would just give like a unhinged smile.
Well, I can tell you, I wouldn't say I've seen individuals such as yourselves walking around in these parts. Not any shady related business for that part. I prefer to keep my hands clean. That's why I moved to this area, and it's been going pretty well, I would say. But something strange has been happening recently, and that is that we are unable to efficiently enchant any new gear that we create within this place. We use a gem known as Eulerai. It is, for those who care, Eulerai is spelt the following way: Ulereye. So Eulerai.
Just quickly, Alora has to go. Alora will be back.
Okay, cool. See you.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay.
Adios.
Okay. So, a gem that we use as a catalyst for enchanting, known as Eulerai, is it's very hard to come by these days. We've only had a few shipments come in recently, and even that is not enough to fully adhere to the needs of our customers, if I could put it in such a way. I know not what the cause of this is. The House Rose say that they're just having troubles procuring said things. Rose corporations are having trouble procuring said gems, but to be quite honest, they've been very reliable for many, many years. There's just been a sudden dip in the access to the gem. I don't know what to say other than that. And that's what I got for you.
Did they come under new management recently, or is it still a long-standing partnership with a person that you know?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that I have good relations. Well, no one really has. I wouldn't say I have good relations to the Rose Corporation, but I mean, it's a place of business. We pay our dues, and we expect to receive the goods that we pay for, which I do. But like I said, there are much less of it on the market recently. And as far as I know, there's been no change of ownership or management when it comes to the Rose Corporation.
I see. Anything else you think we should be aware of that you would like our attention to be drawn to?
Well, I have heard that some of the shops around here have been harassed by a group of individuals quite recently. I'm not sure what name they go by, but if you could sort that problem out, I'm not sure if they're connected to this whole situation.
Any distinguishing markings for us?
I don't know.
Anything they wear?
I was told there's a group of cloaked individuals, if you will. So original, I know. That patrol the streets. They might be armed. Who's to say?
Which stores were they harassing?
I know my old friend, or not friend, that ghastly woman, Hilda. I know they've been harassing her, but I mean, she kind of deserves it, not gonna lie. Anyways, to be quite honest, that is all that I specifically know of. I mean, there's been threats coming through to like the local tea shops and inns or something, but that seemed more like a scare tactic to keep people in line, if you know what I mean. Those who are truly under threat are the larger businesses like True Steel, Hilda's Hutch, and there's also other general goods store which is not far from here, known as the Storehouse, which I know has been having some trouble.
Very well. Did he take the 2 gold when I had my hand out earlier or not?
Yes, he would have taken it if you gave it to him. But
Okay.
he wouldn't reach his hand into that bear trap. Definitely not.
Okay. Okay, then, yeah, if you didn't reach it, then I think I still have it, but then I'll just walk to his desk and I'll drop the 2 gold coins on his desk and just say, pleasure doing business with you. And
well, you are.
And if you see any, and Alexander would just add, and if you see anything else, you know now how you look like.
Yes, try and contact the HVC.
Okay, I know not what that is, but I'll keep an eye out, definitely. He sort of grabs the coins. I was worried that you weren't going to be a man of integrity, but I see that you at least have some backbone to you. I appreciate it. And do let me know.
And as long as you kept your word, you'll keep your backbone as well.
Haha!
We mean that literally, if you didn't understand.
Oh, I believe you literally. But I assure you, I'm just a businessman wanting to do business.
Then good day. And he'll start walking up, open the door.
Okay. You all step out. Both of you step outside of the True Steel blacksmith. What are you two doing?
And I think we'll we'll just go back again, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless we want to just fight some homeless guys, but yeah.
Hold up.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, we'll make our way back to the HVC.
Okay. With that, we pan towards our next scene. We have Vox, Solan, and Shiloh heading towards the Toad Princess Tavern, or Inn, if you will. You all finish your conversation with Fulan. You walk down the stairs and you can see the other 2 groups splitting off into different directions, heading towards wherever they are going. And you literally turn right, and you are now by the Toad Princess. I'll just, for visual representation, here it is. So, for visual representation, this is the entrance to the HVC right over here, and then the Toad Princess is just up in the alleyway right over here. Okay. What are you doing, Vox, Shiloh, and Solan, as you walk out? You're now in the alleyway. You know the Toad Princess is nearby.
So, I think Vox will walk in the front. He'll just kind of keep minding his own. And I think as... I'm assuming the other 2 are coming with.
Yes, correct. Shiloh's just he's at the back, the least interested in the job.
Okay. Vox might contest you on that subject, but anyway. Yeah. I think he kind of makes it to midway through the alleyway, and then he just kind of stops in his tracks with the growing noise of the tavern sounds in the background, and he just kind of takes a deep sigh. It's like just sheer disappointment. And he just walks forward.
Shiloh shares that sentiment, but he doesn't indicate this in any way, I think. I'm just letting you know that.
Vox, what's up with that big sigh, buddy?
He just keeps walking.
Shiloh kind of follows Vox, kind of walking beside you now, Solan. And I think he's just going to say, I think Herr Vox might not be as so happy to be around so many people right now. I understand him in a way.
Keegan, what time of day is it now? And also, what's the weather like?
1:30. It's now 1:30. It's about clear skies with a few clouds here and there, so you'd have like the occasional shadow that passes over you, and it's a bit cold for a moment, but then once the oh, by the way, this planet has 2 suns, ladies and gentlemen, and a gigantic ring around it, just for context. So if you were to look up into the skies of Aevum, you would see the clouds and such, a large sun, the primary sun known as Alcor, and then a smaller one orbiting that sun known as Gao. And those are the twin suns, and then we have the Vulcan rings that ring the planet, which looks extremely beautiful in the night or the day. But anyways, what I was saying is, occasional cloud would pass by. You would get cold because the twin suns aren't shining on you, but then once it passes, it gets more manageable and warm. So, yeah, mostly clear skies with a few clouds, and it's about 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Keegan, I'm gonna request something. Can I kind of do this entrance from the POV of the tavern, by any chance? Like from inside the tavern?
Sure, how do you guys enter the tavern?
Okay, so I imagine we just get this like brief inside shot of the tavern just going about its normal business. You know, it's like 1 in the afternoon, so I imagine it's not too crowded at the moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's rather lively, you know, they've just got the casual music going on and whatnot, and the bright sky in the background is like very beautifully illuminating everything inside. And there's just the occasional chirping of birds on the outside. And after a few moments of silence, the door just violently swings open. And there's just this... You can almost hear the sound of thunder for some reason. Just like... And it's just like this dark, ominous figure just walking in very dramatically for no reason at all. Like Dracula is coming in. But the moment he steps in, the whole atmosphere just changes back to normal again for no reason. And then I assume followed by his 2 comrades.
For a moment, the people look at you. After you walk in, they begin sort of whispering to each other under their breath, but they quickly fall back into their drunken stupor and continue with their day.
Well, I guess we should get to it then. Information, I believe, is what we are here for.
Vox just kind of, I think given his roguish instincts, he will scope the room first just to assess all the living organisms in the vicinity. So can I please make a perception check?
Make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Splendid. That's a humble 12.
Anyone who would care to look around can make a perception for me, please.
I think Shiloh will look for someone that looks like he owns the place or something. So
okay.
Yeah, same like a bartender or someone.
Yeah. Perception check, you said?
Yes.
Perception. Ooh, that's good. That's a 21.
Okay. Looking around, Shiloh, with that high perception check, you are reminded that Fulan Rainweaver told you that the owner of this establishment is a woman known as Betty Germana,
you sort of look through the place, and Betty stands out, not like a sore thumb, but like you can clearly tell her out in a crowd because she is large. Okay, she's like slightly overweight, but it's more like strength that she has essentially, and she has this like beautiful little pink apron on, which vastly contrasts with her impressive stature and musculature, and she's just sort of walking around, making sure everything is fine, telling her staff what to do. She now and then throws a few drinks, chats with a bunch of customers. You can clearly tell that is Betty. Looking around, you also see a like sort of an Earth Genasi individual with tight bunched up dreadlocks behind his head. Looks also like a pretty well-built dude, but he's sort of more middle-aged. Looks like he's been like working hard his entire life. You see also a lady half-elf with sort of a beautiful flowing blonde hair also behind the bar. You can tell this Earth Genasi and this lady are the bartenders. You see another sort of a quaint looking female human with bunched up brown hair and sort of an apron and a few things on. She looks like some sort of server of some sort. You see a younger Earth Genasi who also is just sort of dressed in casual clothes, who's also one of the servers in this place. There's also another lady working as one of the servers. She has sort of stark white hair with a like jolt of blue through it, and sitting sort of behind a little admin desk. Once you get into the left, there is another male half-elf. A male half-elf with sort of short-cut black hair. He also seems to be sort of in his middle ages. Looking through the crowd, you see a bunch of rowdy people in this place, but they're wearing sort of more casual clothes. You don't see the like suits and monocles and those type of things. I mean, I would say there are 1, 2, 3 of those individuals maybe that maybe work in the bourgeoisie district and just come here like they're regulars here or something like that. But most of the people here are from the area, and they're sort of humble, hardworking people that don't really get the luxuries that the nobility and the upper class have. But it seems like they get due and they're enjoying themselves here. No specifically discerning people in the crowd, I would say.
Okay. Shiloh, without pointing it out or anything, just...
That was a very high perception, I'll give you this too. You see, there are 4 large wooden panels above the bar with like drinks and stuff on them. You see something for brass beer. There's a thing called a drunken duck. There is a unique drink section, something that is called the Flaming Dragon on it. There's a drink called the Necromancer on it. And then there's like a
the Necromancer.
there is a one of these other plates says whiskey, and then you see it says Tarragon whiskey on it, the different types that you get. There's also a list for Lady Tychon brandy, Lady Tychon golden rum, things like that, but you can ask me more about that should you want to. You also see there is a list for wines, which says there is something called a Sanguine Merlot and a bunch of other like red wines. But interestingly enough, there is also a white wines list, but all of them have been crossed out of the menu.
Okay. Shiloh doesn't care about alcohol, so he, without just saying anything, he just immediately almost fixes his jacket a little bit to look a bit more neat, just adjusts his goggles, and immediately makes a beeline towards what he assumes is the owner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you all watch Shiloh walk off into the crowd. Vox and Solan, what are you doing?
Just for reference, how big is the owner compared to Solan? So you said she's kind of beefy.
She's not as big as you. like, she's definitely shorter than you. I would say, because she has a bit of, like, weight on her, she is much sort of wider than you, but I think you're, like, physically bigger than her, definitely.
Okay.
I think just before Shiloh advances, he feels like a firm grasp around his arm. And if you look around, you once again gaze into the void stare of that of Vox, but he doesn't say anything. And
Shiloh also doesn't say anything.
From his glove, after 3-minute 1,000-yard stare between the two of us, the dragon just kind of crawls onto your shoulder, like, he's like, hello. And then Vox proceeds to one of the corners that are very quiet, and he just goes to sit down and observe.
Okay.
Yeah, Shiloh doesn't say anything and continues to walk with the dragon now, I'm assuming on his shoulder or something.
You know, I tried my best to get him to the counter, but I think this is as far as he's going to walk.
As Silas is walking to the owner, I think Solan will rather go talk to some of the customers, see what they have to say.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do Shiloh first. So you have the dragon with you, right?
Yeah.
And you walk up to Miss Betty Germana. She's busy, sort of, she has her back turned on you right now, and she's just busy chatting to someone behind the bar. She's just, like, talking to them with her back towards you.
Excuse me, Fräulein? May I have a word?
This absolutely unit of a woman turns around and she goes... Oh, what was her voice again? Oh, hello there. How can I help you? And she...
I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions.
What about our day's specials for today? Of course, I'll be delighted to answer any of your questions.
I am actually quite interested
in
what you've got.
There's a rat! There's a rat! And she goes to slap the dragon. And
no, I assure you, I am no threat whatsoever.
Okay, I'm gonna make an attack roll for her. What's Sylvester's AC?
Oh damn! Let me just.
Can I make a dex saving throw to see if I can save him from the hit?
I would say no. His AC. I'll add +2 to his AC, but that's gonna be it.
Because I will just because he's gonna hit my fucking arm, so I'm just gonna try and move my arm out of the way.
You can just remind me what creature is this dude again?
Pseudo dragon.
Pseudo dragon. Wait, just pull that real quick. Pseudo dragon. Says +2 with his AC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, his AC is currently 15. Then.
Yeah, that's a 14 on the to hit. So Betty goes to slap this thing at Shiloh. You just deftly duck out of the way, and you just feel the waft of air.
Nonchalantly. I gotta do it nonchalantly, just like whoop, moving it out of the way.
Yeah, Sylvester does not do it nonchalantly. He almost falls off your shoulder, and then when he finally steadies himself, you can just literally see his heart just bouncing in his small little chest. Like,
you feel the wave of air from her hand just ripple across your face. Boy, why'd you bring a rat into my establishment?
That was a close one. My lady, I assure you, I am not of any vermin descent.
Now I've heard everything. The fucking rat can talk. What's next?
Fräulein, we were sent by Herr Foulon. He is a friend of his.
Oh!
Maybe have just a couple of words in private.
Oh, of course. He's one of my favorite customers, if I do say so. Of course, I can speak with you real quick. And
she just sort of leads you to a little back room of some sort, just off to the side. It's not completely out of the restaurant, but yeah, you are here in a space and feel like you won't be overheard. All right then. What's the situation?
Before we enter the room, I kind of let her go in first, and then before I enter, I chuck Sylvester off of my arm.
What's the meaning of this?
And I enter the room and close the door behind me.
Okay, we'll get to that just now. Vox, what are you doing?
Sitting menacingly.
Okay. Make an intimidation check. Just for sitting.
I think one of the servers bring a candle with all the condiments and whatnot, and the moment she lays down the candle on the table and walks away 1 meter, Fox just kind of crushes the frame with his 2 fingers. That's a 13.
Yeah, the average person is keeping their distance from you, but these people are drunk. They don't really care. And anyways, Solan, what are you doing? You're speaking to customers, right? Make an investigation check for me, please. We'll just discern, if you can suss out the right people to speak to.
That's a 9.
So you walk up to this dirty-looking individual of some sort. He has a few wrinkles on his face. Looks middle-aged, as like unkept hair. It looks very dirty, and he's busy just sort of drinking at a table. He seems to be here alone, in some way. So you approach him and he goes, "Huh?
No, I would say I would approach with 2 chugs of beer, and then I would go sit in the opposite side of him, and then just put one down on his side, and then ready to talk to him.
Whoa.
Kind of.
Okay. Howdy, I suppose. You can see he's a bit drunk. Howdy, I suppose. Appreciate the liquor, my friend, but who the hell are you?
Takes a sip.
That's none of your concern, sir.
Oh.
I'm just wondering if I can have a few minutes of your time.
Well,
if that's fine with you.
Well, mister, none of my concern. I suppose you have bought me a jug, which I'm thankful for, so sure, I'll hear you out.
I'm new to this area. I'm just wondering, have you seen anything suspicious going on? Anything that I need to be aware of?
Well, don't see many Solarian elves coming out to so close to the slums. They like to keep to the more richer areas, if you know what I mean. Like yourself, which is quite strange. And judging by your semi-fancy attire, you're definitely not from around here, but it's fine, it's fine. I'll indulge you. Suspicious activity? Not specifically, I mean. I sort of work at the foundry, and nothing of note really. I've only heard the rumors of a certain gang or something that
gang, you say?
Yes, they call themselves the Ravens, apparently. They have a symbol of a black crow or something that they go by, run around in dark cloaks, or that's what the people say at least. But I can't say I've had dealings with him. I've only seen the mark here and there in the city, and I've heard stories. Like apparently they harried Lady Hilda down at her little general store for the last week. So that's what I got for you.
Thanks. These markings you say, which they leave behind, where exactly? Can you pinpoint the location?
Well, there's definitely one at Lady Hilda's store. It seems they frequent that place, but the Grand Garrison are either too stupid or too slow in order to catch them. And I've noticed them. Well, you see, I've not specifically looked for them, but I've also noticed them around, like the True Steel, True Steel Blacksmith, and some of the other businesses. I can't specifically tell you. That's the only two I for certain know of.
I thank you very much for your time, sir. I'll be leaving you now. And Solan just chugs the whole beer.
Oh, and then, shit. Okay, well, you know, I ain't saying nothing about Solarian elves again. That was insane. And he sips. And
I think Solan will head over to Vox and maybe if Sylvester is there, he'll relay the information to him. If not, then yeah, he'll just chill there for now.
When you turn around, you see Vox's void eyes is concentrated on you, fixated.
With that,
and you also see the dragon is crawling up his shoulder now.
Sylvester has like a big, almost cartoonish bump on his head from the fall.
You see the little head just like popping out next to on his shoulder. He seems a bit disgruntled from the whole interaction that just occurred.
And okay, continue.
No, sorry.
No, continue.
Just to learn, how much would I need to deduct for those 2 beers?
We'll call it. You'd probably buy brass beer. That's the cheapest. It's 2 silver pieces for one, or you could have gone more expensive. It's your choice.
Brass was fine. Get 2 silver each.
Yeah, brass beer is essentially the staple food of most people in this area of town. It is, when you taste it, it is mildly bitter with a slightly sweet aftertaste. It's pretty good. Anyways, we now go to the room where Betsy Germana has led you, Shiloh. The door is closed behind you. It's sort of like a little cleaning closet of some sort, and she goes, "Well then, friend of Mr. Fulan, what can I do you for? Where'd the little rat thing go? Isn't he your companion of some sort?"
Fräulein, I'm looking for someone.
Oh, we're all looking for something. Sometimes it is a someone, sometimes it's not. But how can I help you on this day to find yours?
I'm looking for someone who might have worn a mask that resembles a crow.
Well,
I look at her. How does she react to this question?
She doesn't seem to react at all. She's just like, okay.
Okay. Cool.
She just goes, "Crow mask? Well, that doesn't ring any bells for certain. I can't tell you nothing about a crow mask, unfortunately."
Thank you for your time.
I think,
alright.
Just as you turn around, there's a loud knock on the door.
I believe that is my friends. He opens the door.
You stare into the blank void of death once more as
Vox?
Vox just stares you down with a very unhappy Sylvester next to him, kind of like the small brother, like complaining to the mom, and now she's here to sort out the problem. And I think just as you're about to leave, Vox just enters into the room, allows himself in, and just takes a seat and looks at the lady.
Shiloh.
Who is?
exits,
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
closes the
Who
door.
is this? Wait, wait! And the door closes. And she sort of
And
looks
he
at
goes
Vox.
to take a seat.
She looks at Vox. Is Vox alone in this room now?
Yes, with
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
on
okay.
his shoulder.
Yeah, other lady sort of looks at you, Vox. Please tell me that you know that person, because 2 random visits in one day, it's not gonna cut it for me. Do you know him? You in this together? All right. Whoa. No need to, I don't know, incinerate me with that hurricane from your mouth.
Hello? Excuse me?
Oh, okay. So the rat is your companion. Okay.
Yes, I prefer the term former associates, but yes, and also I am a pseudo dragon, have you know? A very big difference, yes, yes.
I don't know what that is. One's gold, one's dark. Eh.
Well, let's just say I am of a higher pedigree than all my vermin subordinates. But anyway, that is not of importance.
So what? You're a rat king then?
I think Sylvester just looks at Vox and then he just sighs like,
Yes, I am a very fancy rat that can fly. And has the best mustache quite possibly known to mankind. But yes, anyway.
Nah, have you seen the rats around here?
I am not here to discuss my biology.
Fine, fine. Go ahead. Just saying.
My apologies for that outburst. It's been a long day, my lady. I wish not to intrude upon you. I do excuse my goggled friend here. He's not very...
Yeah, is quite rude. And,
yes.
I don't know. But
He's still warming up to the social scene. I do apologize on his behalf.
yes, so seems your little broody friend at the back there. Does he talk?
Oh, I assure you, he's just shy.
I'm going to do an intimidation check on her with Vox.
Sure. Go for it.
It's a 23 on intimidation.
She's just like you just see like a sweat droplet just forms on her face. She's like, okay, I won't inquire. What is it that I can do you for?
Don't need to be so chirpy. My lady, I simply wish to inquire. I just want to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Please do not mind my friend here. He's just simply bodyguarding as we speak.
Right,
You know.
right. Get to the point. I've got customers to serve. By the way, if you ain't buying a drink after this, I ain't helping you ever again. We gotta have a mutual understanding.
Don't you worry about that.
And the dragon just whips out like 30 gold pieces worth of coins and just puts it next to him.
This will all be deposited into your account quite soon.
Well, Mr. Rat King, I see that we are gonna be getting along quite swimmingly, if I do say so myself.
You see, you have to give us rats a chance, eh?
Well,
But anyway, young lady, I simply just wish to ask if my goggled friend didn't already. Are you aware of any suspicious activity as of late that might have happened around these parts?
well, since you're probably gonna become my new drinking buddy, and I'm gonna see you here quite regularly, and at a generous donation of 30 gold pieces for your little tab, I might divulge some situation to you. Your friend asked for a individual with a crow mask. I'm assuming you're looking for that, or what are you looking for?
Well, any info on that bloke would be very nice, but not necessarily. Just anything that may seem odd.
Well, I don't have something about a chrome mask. Ooh, my video just froze. Hang on. Okay. Okay, there we go. I don't know anything specifically about a chrome mask. I do, however, have something related to, or crow themed, if you will. There, quite recently, it hasn't happened here, for some odd reason. Many of the businesses in the area have been ravaged and threatened by gunpoint by a group that call themselves the Ravens. Their symbol is a raven, as you might have guessed. I'm not sure if it's related to your crow mask friend, but there have been...
Well, that doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it?
Well, I don't know. Honestly, he might be related, might not be related. It's not my disposition to care. But like I said, they haven't touched this place yet. But I'm waiting for the day. Oh, those ravens better come knocking at this door, and I knock a few holes in them myself. And she sort of does a few air punches.
Well, I assure you, my lady, that is also why we are here. We share expertise in stopping things like this from happening and local gangs from terrorizing the area. So any valuable info you might have will be of great service to us.
Well, that's what I know about them. Don't really know much more than that. This is more of a business-related situation, but the individuals that supply us with the white wines that we used to sell at this place, they're being how do I put this, a bunch of dicks at the moment. They refuse to send us shipments. They take our money and don't reciprocate anything in the place of it. And as such, we have removed any wares from the Ivory Winery from our stocks, which is difficult because they do hold a monopoly on all of the white wines in the city.
That is rather odd, eh? A bunch of low-life scum monopolizing wines of all alcoholic drinks. You'd think it'd be something like vodka.
Well, touche, but I'm not sure if the Ravens are related to the Ivory Winery incident. I just know that the Ravens are ravaging some of the businesses in the local area. All I know is that Ivory Winery is a dick. They haven't sent us a shipment in quite some time.
Sorry to interject, but you refer to dick as... That's slang for male genitalia, correct? I'm not very up-to-date with all the hip terms.
Well, I suppose, but I more mean like some sort of idiot, douchebag person that I would really like to punch a hole through, you know.
Of course, yes. I was struggling to put the pieces together, but thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Yes, I'm not really sure what's going on with the Ivory Winery, but, I mean, I was thinking of sending someone to investigate it in any ways, so if you're up for that, I could possibly trade you for a few rounds on the house, should you go check that out for me.
You've got yourself a deal, my lady. My friend over here is quite the expert at making people squawk, if I can put it that way.
Well, I'm gonna trust that he is good in his trade. He at least exudes that type of energy. But yeah, that's what I got for you. The ravens, they've been ravaging people. They leave their marks some like around the city, some places, and yeah, my white wine providers haven't been very forthcoming as of late. I'd like that investigated. Anyways,
I don't suppose you recall the last time you might have heard from them, like where their last location might have possibly been, or where we might find any of their insignias.
The ravens now, or the wine?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not too sure about that. I don't really travel that much in the city unless it's for supply runs. I couldn't tell you. Gonna have to I don't know, hear around, search the city for those symbols.
Oh, well then, seems like we're going to have to turn some tables on our own. Oh, what do you say for a little adventure, Vox? Yes, we'll be leaving soon, don't you worry. Okay, well, I believe that concludes our business. It was good to convene with you, Miss, may I ask for your name again?
Honey, my name's Betty Germana, and don't you forget it.
Miss Germana, the honor is all mine. Sylvester, at your disposal.
She sort of, how do we do this? She sort of sticks out her hand, but it's larger than you. Then she's like, sticks out her pinky finger.
He flinches at her hand.
But then she sticks out her pinky finger, and you shake.
His tiny little serpentine hand just like shakes it very softly, like. And then he just slithers back into Vox's coat, and he just, inaudibly, just kind of levitates out of the room, seemingly just like.
Okay. And you arrive in the main foyer sort of area of the inn, and you can see, Shiloh and Solan. What have you two been doing in the meantime?
I think I joined Solan. I'm just sitting quietly next to him, waiting for Vox to exit the room. Shiloh didn't get what he wanted from this trip, so he doesn't care.
Oh, by the way, Shiloh, as Vox walks out, he has not stopped maintaining eye contact with you. He almost looks kind of annoyed at you a bit.
Shiloh doesn't show any emotion towards your annoyance. But so you do exit the room, right?
Yes.
Do you join us again?
In fact, he does not even go to take a seat. He just straight up walks past both of you, but kind of in a way that you would notice, as if he's kind of gesturing for you guys to leave. And he just kind of makes headway towards the door.
Guess we gotta follow the boss.
Yes. I believe he got what he wanted from this trip.
Solan would like speed walk after Vox, like to catch up to him. And then Vox from the back. Solan will like put his hand on your shoulder.
It's still okay, just before that, I think it's still like sunshine and rainbows outside. But when Vox opens the door again, you just hear thunder again for no reason. And then he just walks outside. So you're putting your hand on his shoulder.
Vox, unknowingly, you feel a hand on your shoulder, the large hand of Solan.
Vox just stiffens in his position. He does not like that. And he just his head slowly contorts in your direction. Even though you are towering above him, he's still looking at you in a way as if he's physically superior. So he's just looking at you.
At this stage, Solan isn't caring about your gaze.
I think Vox gently removes your hand off of his shoulder, very politely.
So, I'm gonna ask again. Did you get any information from her?
And he keeps walking to the alleyway, completely ignoring your question.
Where's your translator? Let me talk to him.
Okay, well, you first hear just a muffled sound under his coat, like, yes, I'm coming. And just a tiny dragon pops out of his coat. Like,
That was brilliant.
Yes, Mr. Brilliant Radiance himself. How can I assist you?
Information. What did you get?
Well, it seems that there's some sort of gang traversing these streets, terrorizing the locals. May have robbed a store or two of some local items. Two of which we know as the Hilda's Hutch, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
And the second one being some sort of blacksmith. I can't exactly recall the name, but it was something to do with metal. Yes, that one. They seem to refer to themselves as the Ravens.
Yeah, the Raven, yeah.
Shiloh immediately comes closer as he hears the Ravens.
Oh yes, by the way, I have a bone to pick with you, Goggles. What was with the whole unprofessional behavior back at that door? I must say, rather disrespectful to your elders.
and he hurls his eyebrow at you. Very distastefully.
Slip of the hand, I'm afraid.
Yes. It didn't feel like a slip of the hand when you darted me off your shoulder.
He just doesn't say anything.
I will assume you might have helped yourself to a few pints beforehand. Anyway. Please don't do that again.
He does not.
Well then, gentlemen, shall we make haste and go back to headquarters?
Lead the way.
Vox is already 10 feet ahead of you, and Sylvester only realizes it now, and he's like, oh, and he scurries behind Vox underneath his coat.
So,
Shiloh follows.
For the sake of brevity, you all gather up within the headquarters of the HVC. Who got here first? I believe it would be you guys, actually. So you guys get here first.
Yeah.
Then it is the brothers, and then it is Alora's gang, because they took a very big detour.
Oh no.
The great pebble hunt.
Yeah, the great pebble hunt.
Pebble rush.
So, just for those people watching at home, our group just split up after being given their first assignment by their director, Mr. Fulan Rainweaver. Their mission was to acquaint themselves with the locals and specifically scope out 3 locations, 3 businesses that Mr. Fulan believes might be under threat, or there are some dark rumors going on with them. One of them, the groups were sent to Hilda's Hutch, a general goods store. The others were sent to the Toad Princess, a nearby tavern, to their headquarters or their hideout. And the other one is a blacksmith known as True Steel. Each of them collected information from these various places, and they are now bringing it together within the HVC to discuss their next moves. Anyways, so Vox, Solan, and Shiloh, you arrive at the HVC first before everyone else. Is there anything particular you would like to do while you are waiting for your compadres to show up?
Won't be taking the information back to Folon ASAP.
Yeah, I think Vox and Sylvester just proceed directly to Fulan's room.
Yeah, same.
And Vox once again...
Shiloh most likely also follows.
Vox once again becomes one with the wall decorations as Sylvester does all the chattering again.
Cool. You all walk into the space. You can move yourselves there, just that we can have sort of a positioning thing. Hello. You see Fulon has his back turned against you, turns around, and he has two massive welding goggles on, and he sort of flips them open. His face is a bit burnt. And by the way, Fulon is a water genasi individual. He has sort of dark green, almost greyish skin, magnificent white hair that almost flows around him like it's underwater. He's quite old. Fulon, you can see, has many wrinkles. He wears a sort of steampunkish formal outfit with like a blazer and a undercoat, and he almost perpetually smokes this type of like it almost looks like a bong combined with a smoking pipe. There's like a potion bottle screwed onto it, and when he smokes it, he exhales bubbles out of his mouth. The potion sort of boils, and then he exhales bubbles out of his mouth. So like occasionally, if you were to walk through the like HVC headquarters, you would just see these bubbles just drifting through the hallways, and you would know, yes. Yes. And he sits there, turns around, flips open the welding goggles. His face is a bit charred from something he's been doing, and he's like, "Oh well, I'm glad that you are back. Quite soon, I must say. Was it fruitful?" And he sort of shakes the potion bottle of his pipe thing, and he inhales it and blows out a bunch of like greenish bubbles that just bloop, 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 bloop.
Well, I see you are competing with Shiloh in the headwear fashion compartment. Surely.
I mean, I do slay on occasion, and he adjusts.
Wow, thank you.
You hear a disgruntled groan from the corner of the room.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. But anyway, my good friend, we do have some meaty news to discuss with you, if you have the time.
Well, of course, I'd like to hear a quick rundown, but I think when everyone reconvenes, we should put our facts together and see what they've all discovered, so we might make a next move.
Of course, yes. But, if you're not eager to wait, then I can give you a bit of a tidbit of information so long. Surely?
Of course.
Well, me and old Voxy discovered that there has been quite several accounts, thanks to the aid of Solan, about news of a certain gang terrorizing the local area. They seem to refer to themselves as the Ravens. I don't know if you're familiar with this name by any chance.
Can't say that I am. If I'm not familiar with a gang name, I'm pretty sure they're quite new on the market, if you know what I mean. So this is quite curious. I'd like to find out what their whole shtick is. Anything else?
Well, from what we were able to discern, they seem to have been stealing some trinkets and bells and whistles, which, in my opinion, seem to have no direct correlation with one another.
Very well.
Such as a few items from some sort of forge. I think Solan called it the True Steel Forge. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And also few things from Hilda's hutch over the street. Not really sure what they're up to, but it doesn't seem to be of any benevolent origin.
Yeah, of course. Well, I sent the other two groups to Hilda's hutch and the True Steel Forge. Just sort of had a feeling those are the largest businesses in the area, so Strange. I wonder what their end goal is, but let's let's wait for the others. Maybe we can piece a sort of a word puzzle together and discover what exactly is happening.
But I haven't even gotten to the most important part yet, and that is that I was almost reduced to a pulp by your good lady friend back at the bar.
Are you telling me?
You should really teach her some etiquette. I'll have you know.
What, Miss Betty? What happened?
Yes.
Did you piss her off?
No, I simply just existed.
Now that I look at you, you do sort of look like a rat.
Oh, come on, it's not that obvious, is it, Fox? Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, I mean, not many people get to see a, majestic creature such as yourself on a regular occasion, so I suppose she just had a lapse of judgment, and, she is known to get quite angry. It's like, she doesn't, hire bouncers for that place for a reason, because she straight up can handle 10 people at once. It's quite impressive to see. I've seen it before.
Yes, and I almost felt it all over my body, but I'm very glad I didn't. Anyway, that is all we have to relay for now.
Well, very well then. We will wait for the rest. And, is there anything you'd like to do while you wait for the people?
Fox goes back to his room with Sylvester.
Yeah, Shiloh also goes back to his room. Yeah, I think as he enters the room, just looking upon his broken monkey, just laying in pieces, some of the pieces of his broken monkey just laying on the counter. He takes out of his bag the rest of the body and just slaps it down. And he just sighs, knowing that this is gonna be quite difficult to fix him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to drop that infusion that he had on the infusion is automatically dropped anyway because the thing is fucking dead. And he's going to infuse his gun now, and so he takes out his flintlock pistol, kind of puts it on the counter, and there's not a lot of building because this is in essence magical.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what he does is he kind of just puts a couple of things together, tightens some things, and then he just puts his hand over it and concentrates really hard until a turquoise glow emits from the barrel, and also his goggles, no one is around to see this, but his goggles also start glowing turquoise very brightly, as if it's two lights, and the infusion is done.
Okay, so switch the Monculus servant for repeating shots, I'm assuming.
That is correct, yes.
Cool. Vox, you do be Bruden. Solan, anything you would like to do?
No, nothing in particular. Let's say he also just dips to the bedroom for now.
Okay.
Other than shrinking.
No. Let's say it's 3 for you guys right now. But anyways, we head to the next people. Alexander and Sergei, you arrive at the alleyway of the HVC, and you enter back into the building. Is there anything that you would like to do, someone you'd like to speak to before we move on?
No, I think we just go report to Fool on the information that we've gathered.
Okay.
There's nothing really that we want to do.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck the other people, we don't want to talk to them.
So you'll report that, and when we do, he says, well, that's certainly very interesting. I think when the rest of the individuals arrive, we will have a little group chat, if you will. We can piece the puzzle together and find out what exactly it is that we are supposed to do next. But thank you for your efforts. Mr. Baymar sounds like a wonderful person.
Yeah, I think we can get some good business from him.
Very well.
And I go to my room.
When you walk past Vox's room, you hear like scratchy classical music muffled from behind the door.
Nah, he just grunts and he walks past.
Alexander, anything you'd like to do?
No, I would also just kind of head to my room.
Okay. And with that, our Pebble Hunters finally arrive at the HVC as Alora, Silas, and Grent walk into the room, into the hallway. Alora immediately, excitedly runs towards her room and closes the door. Grent and Silas, anything in particular you'd like to do?
Obviously go tell Solan about what we found.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we see the other people inside? Oh.
Everyone seems to be in their rooms. That's what they've chosen
so
to
we
do.
don't know they're here. Perfect.
You would hear scratchy classical music coming from Vox's room, though, if you walk past it.
Scratchy classical music, I see.
Yeah.
Silas wouldn't know. He would just like be excited, full on running towards Full-on's office.
Okay. Whoa! Slow down. Slow down.
Grant just by the arm.
Grant is like paper in the wind, just like flying behind Silas.
Curving around the corners like.
Come on!
It's like a bag of potatoes.
We have found
Calm
it.
down, my boy. Calm down. What have you found?
A lot of things. We found a lot of things, man. We were at Hilda's.
Whoa.
Right.
Hold up.
Yes.
Hey, he sort of quickly shuffles out of the door, knocks on Vox's room. Vox! Get your ass in here!
Oh, wait, they're back?
Yes, you are the last to arrive. We've been waiting for you for about an hour and a half now. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Seriously?
Your mission must have been
Okay.
quite dangerous or very challenging, I must imagine. I'm excited to hear.
It wasn't that challenging actually, but
Yeah, it was actually pretty easy. The problem is, when we tried to go to Healers, we kind of got lost.
Right.
Unfortunately, but we found our way. I gotta say, I was really good with persuading to get information, and we found out there's a group, right? There's a group that
okay, all right.
places and steals.
All right, I don't care. I don't wait. Hang on for a moment. Fox, get everyone in my office. Strategy meeting.
The door is closed, but when he goes into the office, Vox is already in the corner.
You all are eventually, for the sake of brevity, called towards Fulon's office, so you can all move yourselves in there for spatial awareness, if you'd like. As you all enter Fulon's office, he goes, alright then, I do believe that this day has been quite fruitful. In a matter of of a few hours, we have discovered some interesting rumors. If we'd all like to lay it out on the table, now would be your time to speak, because I feel like many of our stories might be related. Please, share with us, Silas, what you have found.
Okay, well, we found out, Hilda told us about this, we found out there's a group that recently broke into her place and has been stealing every time gems, but not any gems. They've been stealing the green ones, like the Jades ones, and she always has to keep in stock.
She said they were all green.
Yeah. And she always has to keep them in stock. Otherwise, if they go there and there's not stock, obviously they'll ransack the place.
She also said we should not burn her shop down. So Yeah. don't.
That too. No, because she's scared of the group burning her place down. That's what Grape meant. Yeah, I say we've got a lot of information here. What do you got?
The dragon head pops out of Vox's cloak again, and he's like, "Yes, that checks out."
Huh?
Yes. We discovered the same information more or less at the tavern. So you're not speaking utterly baloney. Can confirm.
Like even the gems.
Well,
the green gems.
All that we heard is that they broke in at the place. We were not too sure what they stole, but now we do.
Useful. See, useful. It was very useful.
Yes,
Silas just like picks up Grant's hand and like high fives him.
Picks it up for him.
You notice that his hand weighs nearly nothing because he's skinny.
Damn.
He just gently pats it and like puts it to your side.
Excuse me, Grent, but do you need a sandwich by any chance?
Sylvester.
I'm quite hungry.
Oh.
I wouldn't mind a sandwich. Are you making sandwiches?
Wait. Focus.
I suppose I could try.
Sylvester.
Alora would have run to go make a sandwich now.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I'm just gonna.
Alright, let's just keep our eyes on the prize for a moment. Please continue.
Well, what about those two broody ones in the corner there? The mechanical ones. I don't know what to call you, really. I don't think you fit into a category, to be honest.
We'd prefer not to be in a category, but we also discovered that some cloaked group are terrorizing other shops like Hilda's and such, and but also that the smithy has had some trouble with shipments of gems that they use to enchant their weapons from the Rose Corporation. Whether it's caused by the same cloaked group, we do not yet know.
Interesting. Maybe it has something to do with the jade gems from Hilda's hatch.
And he called the gems Ulerai, which were they're the same thing.
Anyone that would like to can make an Arcana check for me.
I will make an Arcana check.
I'll do that. Yo.
Oh, that's not very good.
I got a 14.
That's an 11 for me.
15.
Okay, I'll give this one to Silas and Solan. It's not something that you come across a lot, and most of you don't really deal with like smithies and things like that. You know that Ulerai is you don't really know what it's like made of or something like that, but you know that Ulerai is a natural gemstone, and it is a catalyst and a means of storage for arcane energy, which is what makes it so potent in enchanting things. And in fact, this would be anyone, Solan and Silas, make history checks for me, please, as well.
Okay.
17.
And that one, Silas cannot remember.
So you just know them as green gems. You know them as gems that are a catalyst and a storage for arcane energy. They can be used in enchanting. But Solan, with that and your sort of dealings with nobility sometimes, tells you that Ulerai is a natural gemstone. It is grown from a certain plant. And because of that 17, you know that House Rose, the noble house, They are the main producers of it. They have a terrace, a earthen bloodline that flows through them, which allows them to do sort of like plant-based magic in very powerful ways. And they've been able to use this to develop Ulari, which is a very stable and efficient, though expensive, method of enchanting, storing magical energy, or it is just a blatant a component for magic in general. You also know that not just anyone can sell Ulari. Like anything magic, there are limits in the city.
Okay, so it's basically a magic battery. Like it stores the magic used for enchantment, and House Rose is the main producers of it.
Yes. You also know that it is in fact a green gem.
Green gem, so it adds up.
I
also go into like a summary of this information to the rest of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Does House Rose also not have something to do with the wines?
What about the wines that went the shipments? That's not happening.
Yes, I do believe House Rose is also responsible for that, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Lol. It is known as the Ivory Winery. Anyone can, if you'd like, you can make a history check for me. Those who would like to look into that. Well,
I think Sylvester will do a history
okay,
check.
okay. Only Sylvester can do this because they haven't really shared the name yet.
Give me a second.
I'll make one for you, Kiwi.
History check.
Do you know what your history is?
Okay, he has a +0 to history, so let's see how this goes.
That's
okay. That's a 6.
Okay, so we have Solan with a with a dirty 20. Kiwi, you got a dirty 20 as well. So Solan, both you and Alora, who is technically present here, divulge information. The Ivory Winery is completely private. It is owned by, you don't know the person's name, but it is some individual within the bourgeoisie district. It is not owned by nobility. So it is not related to House Rose specifically. You believe that what Betty Germana told you, like her biggest issue at that current moment was the Ivory Winery and the shit that they didn't want to deliver on. And the ravens that she told you about was another issue. So there's two paths you can walk. It's the ravens or the Ivory Winery. They seem not to be related.
Okay.
Well then, the whole winery situation seems to be a pickle of its own. I suggest we might rather just focus on one matter for now, which is this supposed Raven gang.
Do you think the House Rose might be in this Raven gang thing?
That, my boy, we have very few information about. What do you think, Fulan?
Well, I do agree that we have little information about this, but what we do know, let's go after those facts first. They raid shops. Do we know if they raid them in some sort of pattern? Maybe we can follow said pattern once we discover it and
track some of them down, corner them perhaps, and, capture them, interrogate them for more information.
They seem to tend to target Hilda's hutch a lot, so we can maybe hide out around there.
Yes.
Wait for them.
We should stock the store up with more green gems, so that we can get in to raid her again. And we just stand ready.
Smart thinking there, Mr. Solan.
Yeah, but are we gonna stay there every night until something happens?
Well,
that's what me and Vox have been doing for the past 2 years, so it wouldn't be that weird.
It's a strange thing to say.
Isn't it? Yeah. Well, I'm alright, but who's gonna do a stakeout? Everyone.
Well, I don't know, it could be quite dangerous, but that is up for you to decide. It's either the stakeout each night, or if we can discover some sort of pattern that might be useful. Someone also said something about markings that were placed on certain buildings. Maybe there's a way to discern something from that, I'm not sure. Also, we can keep talking to locals. Maybe they have more news on these attacks specifically. But that is my advice to you. But it is your choice to say what you're going to do.
Me and Sergei wouldn't mind doing the stakeout.
For me, it's probably gonna be a few days, so we probably do rounds.
Can I join too? Is that okay?
Yeah, we'll have to do rounds anyway. So...
Yeah, alright. It's just I kind of want to see the city at night again. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Alright.
How about we fix you up a sandwich first, my dear boy? That seems to be top priority at the moment. Anyone else keen for a nice semi?
I would murder someone for a sandwich right now. That is a very good idea.
Silas would love a sandwich.
Excellent! I assume you two would also like a sandwich or 2 or 3 or 4 or maybe 5 for the taller one. The one with the jaws.
Or would be
fine for now.
I'd speak for yourself, Sergei. I'm hungry.
Alright then. Sold! Come on, Alora. Let's go fix them up.
What about me? You
don't have any beer per chance.
Well, I asked for everyone, so now is your chance, boy.
One would be good, thanks.
He just kind of looks you up and down, seeing as you're still the biggest guy in the room, and he's like,
only one?
I don't want to be selfish.
I'd like 2, please, if you don't mind. 2, maybe 3, maybe.
You know what?
You can have all the sandwiches you want, mate.
Well, as much as the kitchen has to offer, yes. Realistically speaking.
Obviously, yes.
Speaking about...
I think I have a few rations as well.
Speaking about beer, on that point, Alexander, I think we should actually make a toast to the forming of this little party and a successful first day, I would say. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
What about whiskey? Do we have whiskey?
Do you have whiskey? Do you have money?
Not anymore.
What did you do with it?
Well, let's just say there's going to be a lot of free rounds at the tavern in the next few days.
Well then, I'm going to go cash some in right now, and he walks down the stairs.
I shall accompany you!
And he goes to sit
I'm gonna go with.
How late is it? More or less?
I would
I'm
say...
still waiting for my sandwich. That's great. Just
yes, sandwiches, yes. I forgot.
He's gonna... I think Fulon is gonna say, you know what? I think I'll... Oh, hang on. I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
The white horse. It's the white horse.
No,
Ross, have you
it's
seen
just
a white
it's
horse?
there. It's there. Okay. Woo. So I think Fulon says, "You know what? I'll treat you all to a well." And he sort of looks through his purse of some sort. He's like, "I'll treat you all to a round at the tavern, sandwiches included. What do you say?"
Yay.
Well, yes, that would save us a lot of time.
That would be very nice. Hey, tavern sandwiches are pretty good, Grant. You're gonna eat well, my friend.
I've never actually had a sandwich before, but it sounds nice.
Oh, you're gonna love it. He puts his arm around Grant again and then walks down with him.
Like, when you put your arm around
long.
Grant, you almost threaten to crush his bones. Like, that's how thin he feels.
He doesn't. Silas would have noticed and would have done it like softer than usual.
It's like when the skeleton
But
takes
so-
damage in Minecraft, it's that sound.
Yes, Sergei?
Yeah, Sergei would just want to approach Solan. Solan, was it?
That's correct.
Was it you
Remind
who
me
mentioned
again?
something about the markings of this group?
Yeah, one of the citizens which I talked to said there's raven-like markings close to the smith, actually.
Close to the smith. Alright.
But yeah, I
Thank you
didn't
for
get
the
more than that, sadly.
It's okay. And I whisper an idea to Alexander.
And now I would like to ask the DM, how late is it, more or less?
Oh, good. I would say it's going on 7 o'clock now.
It is
Okay.
not silly. Okay, so I guess I'm tiny
Yeah,
again.
yeah, like, as you all walked out of Fulon's office, you just noticed, like, Solan, Mario taking damage, he just shrinks down to a very lanky figure, and his clothes are just extremely, like, baggy, hanging on him right now.
I think on that note,
Well, that's a big difference.
I think this is my night. I think I'm going to my room. But you guys should enjoy the tavern.
I think Vox will eyeball the two barbarians. Can I do an insight check on their intentions?
Sure.
By any chance?
You guys can make deceptions, if you'd like. Or you can just not care.
I don't think we'll care.
With the 17, you know they're up to no good.
Yeah, we have something planned.
Yeah,
We have a plan.
They have a plan.
I just want to go get a drink or two, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Vox is gonna keep an eye on them.
Okay.
So, by the way, Sylvester is not with him at the moment.
Okay.
Just a footnote.
Okay. Where is Sylvester?
He's with Fulon and the gang.
Okay.
With the indulging in hedonism.
Okay, so who,
Okay.
so who's going to the tavern with Fulon?
Silas.
Sergei and Alexander will...
Silas,
Yeah, they'll
Grent,
stick around for a few drinks.
Sergei, Alex, Shiloh, what are you doing?
I think Shiloh went back to his room. He did also make an insight check on the barbarians, and he rolled an 18.
Yeah, you can tell that
So
they
he
have some
also
sort of plan.
knows they have something planned. But for now, he doesn't care. He just goes into his room.
While everyone goes to the tavern, Vox is going to go sit directly on the roof of the tavern and just wait for the two barbarians to walk out.
Okay.
Just by the way, before we walk out, Silas will put on his mask before he
Okay.
goes outside.
That's just Silas putting on his skull mask. Laura's also going with you. Kiwi just said in the comments. This is so weird. Anyways, so you all go out to the tavern. Vox is sitting on the roof of the tavern, just listening to all of the like conversations and things happening within within the Toad Princess Tavern.
Solan isn't going.
Yeah,
he's just chilling.
Solan is staying home with Shiloh. As you two are just sort of chilling, and you all walk to the door with Fulans, almost like goofily walking in front of all of you, with a dragon scarf around his neck. That is Sylvester. And you all arrive.
A very chirpy dragon scarf, may I add.
You all arrive at the door, and surely enough, you see there are many patrons inside, and the younger Earth Genasi individual walks up to you, and he's like, "Hello, sirs and madams. Can I get to a table, perhaps? What is the situation?" Just here for a drink by the bar.
Sandwich, please.
Sandwich. A sandwich. I can most definitely organize a sandwich. Lady Betty makes the best sandwiches.
Need a table first, please.
I do believe we have a VIP reservation.
And he just winks very over excessively.
Like the like young guy is just like blinks twice. And Betty just stumbles in. Well, if it isn't my favorite Rat King, welcome back to the Toad Princess. And she goes to hug you, Sylvester.
The pseudo dragon, but
Sylvester's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. She's just squeezing him. And she sort of holds you in one hand, and she's like, "Well then, what will it be? 10 years Tarragon whiskey for you on this fine evening?"
Well, my good lady, I was eyeballing that flaming dragon liquor since the moment we rolled in here, you know.
Oh, well. Let's get to it then. Flaming dragon for all of you as well, on his tab, of course.
No.
Sure, bro. Oh, and sandwiches.
Alright, can I make you all... I don't specifically have, like, sandwiches, but I can throw some bread and some meatloaf together. Will that suffice? It's delicious, by the way.
I do believe about 10 kilograms of that will suffice.
Well then, I'll get my best chefs on it right away. She looks to the Genasi, and she's like, what's this guy's name again? Escher, get on it immediately. Bring these people up some nice beverages. Get those sandwiches started, and fix them up a table, please. And he's like, yes, of course, ma'am. And he walks in, and Betty leads you to your table, sort of large table to the side, and there are a bunch of people in here. People are coming off their work for the day. It's not super busy. I think it's like a Thursday at this stage, which is busy, but it's not like the weekend yet. So, so you all sit there, and you're all brought a flaming dragon, which is it looks like first of all, it's brought in steel tankards to all of you. It is a fizzy, sizzling beer-like drink, which is on fire permanently. It's not like there's oil on top or something. It's just on fire permanently. And the server known as Escher, he's like, "All right, all of you, enjoy. Good luck. This is it's hard one to get down, but very satisfying." And he walks off.
Alex and Sergei just thought
beautiful.
I think Grant would join them in this. He just grabs the thing by both hands and just
it's like spilling off the sides. And
Silas is drinking his beer like a toddler. He's just holding it with both hands and just sipping from it.
It's more painful that way. You can tell that Alexander, Sergei, and the dragon. Grant had sort of the right idea, because this beer is on fire. You can't really sip it, otherwise it burns you. So you're like, ow,
he's like,
ow,
She's
Ow,
like
each
not
time.
sipping, but like
Yeah.
a chug,
Yeah.
like really excitedly drinking.
The dragon is straight up submerged in the beer. Just swimming. And it's slowly like depleting as he's inside of it.
So it's just like spiraling, and then the beer just goes down. That's beautiful. So all of you begin downing your drinks, and once they're finished, just sort of sit there, and when it goes down, you know those sweets that pop in your mouth. It's almost like that. Yeah, but it's like a warm sensation, and almost like chili, but it pops in your mouth, and it's like when it goes down your throat. And yeah, you drink it. You feel a little bit of something, but for now, you just all sit there.
I think after like seriously downing this drink, Grant's just gonna wipe his mouth, put it down, and just is there any more? Or?
The moment you speak, Grant, fire extrudes from your mouth.
Wait, let me rephrase. It's like, is there any more? And he just blows fire straight onto the mug.
The moment you do that, everyone in the restaurant is like, "Whoa!" and they sort of cheer in amazement.
I must say, you can hold liquor. It's very impressive.
That's amazing.
I've never had liquor before. I was always too young to drink it.
Wait,
I had my first pint like a week or two ago. Congrats.
Sergei, we are surrounded by children.
Fire comes from your mouth, Alexander.
No,
It's like, Sergei, just straight up flames into Sergei's face.
just stares at you. Lost an eyebrow.
A tiny drooping gecko head emerges from the beer very slowly, and he's like, with the smuggest smile known to mankind. He's like, I think I'm in heaven. And he just sinks down into the beer again.
Just a column of fire, he burps, and just a column of fire erupts out of the mug, just and dissipates into the air.
Yeah, I think this little dragon's alcoholic.
You're only noticing that now.
Fulon says as he breathes
Well,
out
yeah,
fire.
it's the first time I've seen you submerged in alcohol.
He's just straight up doing backstroke in the cup at the moment.
The Norse lady before said he was a rat king. Is he king of rats?
She said, well, like I said, I mean, people don't really see tiny little dragons running around, so I could imagine someone mistaking it for some exotic rat of some kind. I don't know.
That's hilarious.
Oh, second round's on me, boys!
Dragon drinks literal his own body weight in alcohol. I love it.
Does the sandwiches arrive after?
Yeah,
the
it's by this time. The Escher, the server, comes back. Hello, everybody. Here I have your sandwiches, and he puts something in front of each of you. We don't really have sandwich on the menu. We took bread. We took meatloaf of the day. Put it in the bread. Sandwich. You get the point. It is delicious. Can you get you guys anything else to drink by now? Maybe another flaming dragon? Perhaps a perhaps a sun's glory, a necromancer if you're feeling a bit daring tonight.
What's a necromancer?
To all of
I'll
them.
take a necromancer, please.
I want to know what a necromancer is. That sounds.
Okay then.
That sounds very interesting.
We have two
I'll
necromancers.
take a few of those, thanks.
Alright. So two necromancers for you then, sir. Alright.
Let's make it a whole round of necromancers.
Alright then. It's the dragon's stab. I'll be right back. And
Our Hey! He called you a dragon!
Destroy his tab.
Congratulations!
The dragon is submerged in alcohol. He can't hear a single thing you're saying.
Never mind. Is he okay? Is he drowning?
No, he's quite possibly thriving. You could swear he's an aquamarine creature just from the way he's just reveling in his new habitat.
Oh no, yeah, he's fine.
A few moments go by, and also in iron tankards, a glowing green liquid is brought for each of you and put in front of you, and it sort of steams with some sort of unknown energy, and he's just like, good luck. This is called a corpse reviver, so just be careful for going unconscious when drinking this drink.
As soon as he puts the mug down, Grant is like, just straight devouring.
Make a con save.
Oh jeez.
I will have you know I have resistance to poison.
Okay, fair enough. If you have advantage with this then, because it is poisoned, the condition.
21.
Yo, you just chug that shit like it's no one's business. Grant just devours that before anyone picks up their mugs.
Yeah, I just want to say, like Alexander just picked up his glass and like cheers with Sergei, and then he just sees this man just devouring it. He's like pausing for a second to see
I think the dragon also stares in amazement at Grant. All three of them.
And you all watch Grant, like the what's it called? The whites of the eye, the irises or whatever. I don't know. The whites of his eyes turn completely black, and his entire eyes are just completely black. Just.
He just stands still for a second and goes. I think this one's better than the last one.
Damn, great.
I think Sergei and Alex also drink their drinks now.
Yeah, just down, like cheers and downs it.
Silas would also.
If you have resistance to the poison condition, you have advantage on the save. I don't think you guys have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cons for everyone who drinks.
Well, is it incapacitate? Can it incapacitate me?
Make a con
What
save.
type of save is this? Con save.
Con save, right? Yeah.
Oh,
Come on. Oh, you little shit.
Wait, let's go. A life of debauchery and drinking for Sergei and Alexander as plays off.
Both of you just.
Silent, not a lightweight for a reason.
Both of you chug that shit. Silas, you drink the drink. Halfway through the drink, your eyes roll into the back of your head, and you fall unconscious to the ground. Just.
Nice.
Yeah, he's.
You're unconscious. You're unconscious.
You guys, you guys now realize that Silas is a very, very lightweight.
Nice.
Grant, make a dexterity saving throw to try and catch the mug.
Please. 8.
The drink, you hit the drink and it click, click, cling, and just spills over the counter, and you just see. The waiter that was about to come and check if you're still alright is just covered in juices, and he's just like...
Sorry, I tried to catch it.
Slowly takes out a cloth from behind and like wipes it off his face, just staring at you.
Alora also seemed to get the short end of the stick.
Oh yeah, Alora's passed out drunk on the side of the table. Silas... After a few moments, you all witness Silas. It sounds weird, like his bones begin to crack, and he stands up, almost reanimated like a zombie. He is unconscious. He's unconscious, by the way. His body is doing this by itself, and he is just a full zombie walking around in the restaurant. And all the people are like, "Oh!"
Even for me.
Wait, so who's still amongst the conscious?
Everyone except Silas and Alora.
Yeah.
I think at this point, me and Alexander will stand up and we'll just go. Well, me and Alexander are gonna go for a little stroll outside. Why don't you join us, Grent? You said you wanted to see the city in the night again.
Yeah, I'll come. I just want to grab one
Very
quick
good. I
drink
pick him up
then
and I usher him out before you get
Oh no.
I think we right.
I guess we're going.
I think we would go out like the back entrance and not the front door.
Okay, fair enough. Mitty allows you to do that. And you lead off, and Fulon goes, and he picks up Sylvester like a dirty napkin, and he's like, I suppose I should...
Sylvester looks like a blown-up balloon. Yes, 17 times the amount of alcohol is body size in his body at the moment.
And like Fulon just sort of picks him up. I think I should get this thing home.
Where's that necromancer coming around, eh?
You're going to need a necromancer after this, let me tell you, but not the drink kind. The reviving you from the dead kind. Alright, guys. And he sort of slaps you across the face, Silas, and after a moment you come to consciousness out of your zombie state. Come on, we're going home.
Silas grabs his mask and like puts it almost skew on his face before he tries to just correct it and walks out with.
I think Alora eventually wakes up, and everyone that is not going to scope out the place heads back to the HVC. Solan, what are you doing?
Yeah, I wanted to ask. So, look, about like 5 minutes after everyone left the HVC, Solan would leave his room back to the the meeting room.
Okay.
Folon's office, I guess. And he would, I presume, do an investigation. He wants to look through his desk for anything related to him or some information.
Okay.
See what he knows.
Make an investigation check.
9.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Let's go.
It's a trap.
A 10.
You go behind the desk, and now you see it for the first time. Oh no, wait. You would have locked it away. You don't see it. There is a massive metal case as large as this back sort of desk on the desk, and it is locked with a massive runic lock on it. Just this massive metal case over there. He has a few drawers in his desk. You sort of look over the desk. It's very well kept and such, but you can't seem to see anything that's on the desk at the moment. You go down and you try to sort of pull out one of the drawers, and you just hear and you immediately take 10 points of poison damage as a mini crossbow is triggered, and it sticks like in between your shoulder and your pec, just sticks in there, and you just feel this poison oozing into your body. And there's a as you like wince from that pain, you see a little note attached to the crossbow. Don't you fucking dare on the note.
He's gonna dare.
I'm just gonna come back and there's like a corpse in the fucking.
Can I make a perception check to see if I can hear all this going down? Is this all happening now while the people are downstairs?
What is your passive perception?
My passive perception.
Yes.
Each 13.
13. I would say you do hear a bit of a scuffle, like a boom, 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 like someone quickly falling over a few wooden planks or something.
I think Shiloh does indeed go to investigate.
Meanwhile, is the mini crossbow, is it armed? Like, is it like automatically just like rearmed with another bolt, or?
You do hear it.
Okay.
It seems to be rearming itself.
Try doing another. Can I try doing a dexterity check to try to disarm this thing?
It's gonna be a sleight of hand check.
Takes 9.
You reach your hand in to try and disarm the crossbow. Make a dexterity saving throw, please. No, actually, you're blatantly touching it. This will be a con save, please.
Con save. 16.
Okay. You take 4 points of lightning damage, and you're not stunned. As you touch the metal of the crossbow, just lightning shoots through your system, and your hair sort of flows a bit into the air.
How is this man still conscious?
And by this time, Shiloh, you walk in and you just see Solan hunched down, blowing out a puff of smoke, and his hair is sort of, you know that thing that hair does when it gets like static, it sort of stands up, and Solan's hair is quite long, so it's just like floating in the air, and he just looks at you as you enter.
Solarian, what are you doing?
It's Solan.
No, but you're never mind. Explain yourself.
I don't need to explain myself. Like, he holds his wound and tries pushing through just back to his room.
Yes, you don't. Do I see the contraption that did this to him?
If you would walk around the desk, yes, you would clearly see there is some sort of contraption in there. You hear it ticking like it's reloading.
What exactly are you looking for?
As he's still walking back to his room now, but he just says, I'm just looking for some information.
About what?
Just myself. Just want to know what he knows. That's it.
Well, maybe I can help you with that. Can I make a technology check to see if I can figure this thing out without putting my life in danger?
Sure, make a technology check for me.
As he says, he'll maybe help me.
16.
Solan will use some of his lay on hands on himself to just heal himself up a bit and walk back to the office.
Okay, you come back in. He's very scrawny at the moment, but yeah, you do heal yourself up. Shiloh, you see, he holds out his hands, and the light of the sun shines from his hands, and it closes up the wounds that are on his body. With a 16, you can't quite figure out what the mechanism is for this miniature crossbow, like how it is triggered exactly, and in that way you're unsure if it would be safe to just try and disarm it, but you could always try.
What check is it to disarm?
It would be a sleight of hand check.
Yeah.
Like, dependent on your technology check, the DC would have been lowered because you would have understood the mechanism, but right now it's a
not
shot
even
at,
a 6. So
nope.
So 16 didn't make it lower.
Yeah, Fulon is very intelligent.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he kind of Shiloh kind of investigates the contraption, and he just goes, Okay. Oh, quite interesting. Yes, and he just stands up. We are not going to get into this one. And he walks out of the room.
Oh, I would appreciate it if you keep this quiet.
I don't care.
Is that a yes or a no?
He goes to his room, he doesn't say anything.
Yeah, I would say Solan just tries to make sure that the desk and everything is like as Fulon left it, so it doesn't look suspicious.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And either he'll just take his defeat back to his room.
Make a dexterity check for me just to see how good you can arrange the desk as to show that nothing happened.
21.
Okay. With that, you will head back to your rooms, and the rest of you arrive at the HVC, and we've been playing for about 4 hours now, so I'm gonna say as Alexander, Sergei, and Grent head towards wherever they are going to enact their plan, and as the rest of the HVC return to the headquarters, I think we are going to call tonight's session there, and then we'll join you all next Sunday. Same place, same day, maybe not same time. It is dependent on what happens that day. But indeed, this was episode 1 of the Brass Gasconade for our very first stream for Nat Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been it's been wild, and we hope to all see you there next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.